Start by making an X.
Yes, hello and good evening. Yeah, nawakaribisha katika show yetu siku ya leo. Yeah, it's a quick one. Yeah, so that we can be able to appreciate what is happening. Yeah, leo tuko na akina Gachagua na Maraga. No, not Maraga and Gachagua and akina Natembea who walikuwa leo wamekuwa huko Western, so I think they are trying to show us what will be happening in Western very soon. Yeah, so nataka, I want us we react to political events in Western. Do you think sorry, do you think Western people are responding well to opposition? Yeah, do you think we are still in the poor position? Ni swali tu nauliza. Do you think we are in the poor position? Yani ama sisi, do you think tuko pahali tunaweza sema sasa we are now commanding the politics? Because you know, in politics you have to command it. If you don't command it, things will not be very good for you. So do you think we are commanding politics? We are commanding politics as it is today. Ama tu sisi ni wale watu. Then there was is it Sobre or Sobaya? When our young girls were being remembered in a requiem mass. We just lost very many young girls some few days ago. Yeah, so and then I would also want us to react to Karen Nyamo and Kamau. Kamau Kisumu. There is also something trending between them, because those are some of the things now which we need to react to. And then the biggest news today is the world has received the first trillionaire. Wow. I don't know how to call it. Pesa sijui unaweza hesabu aje. So I saw somebody talking about the amount of money Elon Musk has, and they are arguing that that money can actually fund Kenyan GDP for 35 years. What? Bila kuchukua madeni na vitu zingine. Sisi kazi na bila mtu yote kulipa kodi. Nasema mama ayo. Elon Musk wealth can fund Kenya budget for 35 years. Wacha ninyamaze. 35 years. So anyway, but before we start hallucinating about Elon Musk money, which I think is not easy to get. The guy is a genius in business. I remember when I'm knowing Elon Musk in late 2000s, 2010 hapo. That's the time when there is a billionaire who is coming up. That time he has just started a space company, and he is seriously struggling. Elon Musk ndiye huyo, he is seriously struggling. At one time, when there is a financial crash of 2008 during Obama time, I've heard the story. He is thinking of actually he is in a debt distress. So ni kama anafikiria hii kampuni niuze nifanye nini. And then I saw his wealth climb up. Like that time when Bill Gates was still the most wealthy person in the world. Then that time Elon Musk is there. I think he was having like $1 billion. His wealth was like $1 billion. Very late, by the way, hapo ma 2017, hapo 2017, 2016. He was around worth $1 billion. How is wealth ballooned? I didn't know. And then also, the World Cup is here. So tutafuatilia. I think today I also want to say something about xenophobia, because I think hate does not pay, and I've seen Africans have decided to support any person who is playing against South Africa. Waafrika wana support hiyo mtu, akuwe ni mzungu, akuwe ni Mwarabu, akuwe ni Latin, they don't care. That's how Africans have decided to retaliate against the South Africans. But there is something which has captured my attention about how you lose. Kwa hii dunia hakunanga vita mara mbili. Nataka niwaoneshe hapa. When you decide to chase people, respond. I didn't know that there are so many South African companies who are mining in Ghana. And today, people from Ghana are saying, we don't want their businesses here. So let me see if I can be able to show you. And I don't know if this thing is going to spiral globally, but South Africa wakiendelea na hii maneno, I think South Africa has to quell the hatred which they have been having for other people. Otherwise, I don't think they will sustain this hate. It's too much.
To us, these are Ghanaian youth. So yes. Chairman, we are signing mining licenses to people now. Let's stop it. It is just calling the minister. When she has said, come on, take my phone, call the minister. Take my phone, call the minister. We are together. And you tonight to say, take my phone, I can say to Obi, I can say to you.
Munasikia maprotesters wa Ghana pia wanakuanga serious. Unasikia wanafanya demonstration hapa na wanasema call the minister now. So wanasema Minister of Mines, I think Minister of Land apigiwe simu. You'll hear this demonstration how it was in Ghana. It's a tough one.
If there is any communication, they should talk to us. There's not much about it. The leadership should come. They should talk to us here. What? 50. They give my two. So they should stop that. Last 2 years, they give my 2 brothers. We are sending a strong warning to them. Maybe this time is just a peaceful protest. No. The next time we may not know what would happen. Let me take this opportunity to implore the government of the day, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They've done so well. We love them for their swift actions, and we pray that these actions continue. Our affected brothers should be resourced a little bit for them to feel cool at home. Let's feel at home regardless. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Ni Aita from the Art Center, Culture Center. We went to Abidjan. From Abidjan, then we went to South Africa for exhibition. We made good sales 2 years ago. Made very good sales. So for me as a Muslim, I went to the mosque. But my other friends stay in the hotel. They killed them. They called out their stuff. One Senegalese, one Ghanaian.
But did you find out why they killed them?
Yes, they are thieves because we make good sales. They come to the hotel. You know, the hotel, they allow them to enter the room. So when they come, it's gone. They say, it's your money. You see, so the Senegalese didn't want to give them. So they kill him, according the money and the stuff.
So what do you have telling the president of the Ghana?
I said, want to revenge. But Ghana is a peaceful country. You understand? So we said they shouldn't renew the license to the gold field again. No, they shouldn't renew. Ghanaians are capable of doing the work.
Is it not going to affect us if they sack those in charge of gold fields and there are various companies in Ghana?
My brother, Adokufo is doing it. Okay, Ibrahim is doing it. There are Ghanaians who can do it, please. Those where they sack from South Africa, they can empower them to do the work. Right. MTN should go. ShopRite should go. Tagwak should go. Oh, thank you.
From the outside, business travel looks glamorous, but it doesn't always feel that way. Until now, meet Navon Edge, your personal travel assistant.
I don't think South Africa will manage that, but waendelee tu. South Africa will not manage that, unfortunately. Anyway, let's go to Requemas for Utumishi. I don't want to pray the Choruto. Ya wacha tuweke
Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Glory and praise be to you, Allah. Blessed is your name and exalted is your majesty.
hapa ni
There
utumishi.
is no God but you. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Indeed, to Allah we belong, and indeed, to Him we will return.
The Right Reverend, I invite us to our seats. And Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, I wish to invite you and the congregation to just very brief presentations, 3 of them. As I speak, Cynthia Wancha, who is a grade 10 student at Utumishi Girls Academy, should be joining me this way for the first presentation. Kindly come forth, take the podium. Immediately she's done with her presentation, we'll invite the AIC Gilgil Town Cathedral Choir to do one song, and finally, we will give a chance to the choir from the girls' school, Utumishi Girls' School, to also do a presentation. Cynthia, you should be here already. Thank you. Oh, carry on. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to get started. And as I start, take heart. Katika bonde la uvuli wa mauti, sitaogopa kamwe mabaya, kwa maana wewe u pamoja
Ndio hao watoto.
na mimi. Mungu wangu, gongo lako na fimbo yako yanifariji. Mimi siogopi kamwe, na nijapopita katika bonde la uvuli wa mauti, sitaogopa kamwe mabaya, kwa maana wewe u pamoja na mimi. Mungu wangu, gongo lako na fimbo yako yanifariji.
Wow, thank you so much, Jessica. The intro choir, great melody there. Sitaogopa kwa sababu ako nasi. Your Excellency, we wish to invite you to the last presentation.
Ndio hao watoto tunawaomboleza. Yeah, it was tough. It was tough. Yeah, niko sawa Bwana Mbudi. Yeah, tunaendelea vizuri. Yeah, Mungu ni mwema. Wacha nianzie na Maisha TV. Watuambie demonstration ya jana, Britons walikuwa wanafanya nini hapo? Let me see. Let me see if okay. I think I did not. Oh, ndio hii. I want us we react to this. ya Musyoka tumesikia hiyo, and it is something which we
A soldier in British Army uniform, a Kenyan protester being dragged, one image, and suddenly Kenya is on fire. This is not a drill. This is not a movie. This happened in Nanyuki on June 9th, 2026, and people at the center of it are pointing fingers in every direction but straight. One person is dead, dozens are injured, over 50 arrested, and the British government is sweating, issuing emergency statements to say their soldiers are not there. But here is the thing about denials in politics. They only come when the accusation stings. Let's rewind. Nanyuki, a town that sits in the shadow of Mount Kenya and the sprawling Laikipia airbase, has been a powder keg for months, and on June 9th, it finally blew. Hundreds of residents poured into the streets. They came waving Kenyan flags. They came carrying mock coffins painted with one word, Ebola. They came blocking roads, chanting and demanding answers that their government had refused to give. Police responded the way Kenyan police do when they'd rather not be questioned: tear gas, water cannons, and live bullets. Eyewitnesses say at least one protester was shot dead in the chaos. Dozens more were wounded. Human rights organizations reported that hooded officers were firing indiscriminately, assaulting journalists and dragging people away without warrants. Businesses shut, roads choked, and the blood on the streets of Nanyuki was as real as the silence from Nairobi. Tunawaambia sisi tuko na amani na tunainua mikono juu. Swali mimi nauliza, kwani tuko kwa nchi yetu hata tunadhulumiwa mpaka mchana peupe? Now, why are people this angry? The US government, in partnership with Kenyan authorities, is conducting a 50-bed Ebola quarantine and treatment facility right inside Laikipia airbase. The stated purpose: to quarantine Americans potentially exposed to Ebola during outbreaks in the DRC and Uganda. Let that sink in. Kenya, a country with zero recorded Ebola cases, is being handed a facility to house sick foreigners built on its own military soil, funded by a foreign power. Residents say nobody consulted them, no community meetings, no independent safety assessment, no transparency about what happens if containment fails.
It would be most unfortunate if, on one request by the Americans to set up a facility at their cost, we would refuse. We would look very inhuman.
We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States.
Courts issued orders halting construction. Construction continued anyway. This is the government treating court orders like suggestions and treating its own citizens like they don't exist. When the law becomes optional for those in power, the streets become the last courtroom, and the people of Nanyuki showed up to court. Then came the photograph that poured petrol on an already burning house. A widely shared image showed an officer in full Batuk military uniform, British Army Training Unit Kenya, complete with visible UK flag patch on the sleeve. This officer was captured manhandling a protester, a Kenyan draped in Kenyan flag alongside an armed accomplice. The image detonated across social media like a grenade. British soldiers brutalizing Kenyan protesters. That was the narrative within hours, and it tapped into something deep, a wound that Nanyuki has carried for years. Batukas operated in the region for decades, and the community's relationship with the unit is not a clean one. Allegations of past abuses, environmental destruction, unresolved deaths, the grievances ran long and deep like roots beneath concrete. One image had ripped that concrete open. The British High Commission moved fast, Their statement was blunt, quote, "No Batuk personnel policed protest in Nanyuki on June 9th. The British Army uniforms seen were misappropriated. We have raised concerns with Kenyan authorities." Misappropriated, that is the word they chose. Translation, someone wore a British Army uniform who should not have. Who? They don't say. Why? They don't know or won't say. The Kenyan government, for its part, has gone characteristically quiet on the uniform issue. So here is what we are left with: a viral image of apparent foreign military involvement in suppressing a civilian protest, and no clear account of what that officer was, who authorized the uniform, or why Kenyan authorities are not rushing to explain it. Silence in politics is never innocent. It is a strategy. The world has its eyes on Nanyuki, and what it sees is a Kenyan government that defied court orders to build a foreign facility on its own soil, then sent live bullets to silence the people who objected. This is bigger than one building. This is about who this country belongs to, its people, or the interest of foreign powers with deep pockets and deeper agendas. Kenya is a sovereign nation. Its courts have spoken. Its citizens have bled, and still the construction goes on.
The American government has supported us in this Ebola setup infrastructure, health infrastructure, to the tune of 1.8 billion Kenya shillings. And they did make a request to us to, in the process of setting up all the other facilities, to also set up one where they can use in the event that their citizens, their soldiers, some of them in Kenya or from elsewhere, if they are in a situation, then they can use that facility.
The streets of Nanyuki are quieter, but quiet is not peace. Quiet is just the pause before the next eruption. The questions that matter are still unanswered. Who wore that Batuk uniform? Who gave the order to fire live rounds? And when will this government look into people in the eye and explain what exactly is being built inside Laikipia Airbase and for whom? Kenya is watching, and so is the world. Newsroom, Maisha TV, reader Karin Chubet.
Okay, sawa. I think that one is quite in order. So wacha tuingie central, not central, western. Yeah, because in western a lot happened. In western a lot happened, starting with the Gachagua in Kisumu. That was a good one. Airport, eh? I think that's where we'll start from. That is Kisumu Airport. I think our people from Nyanza showed unmeasured support. No. Yes.
Yes, leo tunakusalimia wewe. Uko salama wapi? Na mkono hivi. Soma lebo. Nyinyi ambao watu ya Kasongo. Soma lebo. Ndio. Ndio lebo na viwa nyinyi watu ya kuna na wewe. Kuna nyinyi watu ya hapa sisi tunafanya taksi. Hakuna hata pesa ya kuweka mafuta. Uko salama. Ni matendo kila asubuhi. Mambo ya uongo ya hiyo mtu. Sikiliza mimi. Unaweza na uongo ya hiyo mtu. Tunadhani tulichoka kitambo tunasema hii na hii tunaenda huko. Niliona hapa anakuja anajifanya ati anajua kupika samaki ndio anafanya. Umejua? Ndio mabei. Tuambia sasa hii hakuna. Alikuwa anapika mtura. Mkubwa hii matezo tunapitia. Mimi nakwambia yenye itanipeleka kwa debe asubuhi ni kutoa huyu mtu aende nyumbani. Asante. Acha mimi ni koroga Western. Hapo tupanga ndio. Asante. Nimeona uko na kijana pia. Haya. Huyu ni kijana machachari.
Yeah, that was quite hectic. Gachagua charming people from Luo Nyanza, and it showed some good chemistry. I think based on that, I feel Gachagua should actually plan a rally in Kisumu. Anaweza kubaliwa, wanaweza mungojea. For me, I saw a people who have no problem with him. What I saw there, it speaks volume. Actually, Gachagua rally in Kisumu could be mega attended. Maybe kuna kitu Gachagua anatupangia tujui, but rally ya Gachagua Kisumu could be serious one. Let me wacha sasa niingie sasa Western wakiwa na kina Natembea. So aliingia, so some images were seen wakiwa na kina Natembea, then from there watu wa Ruto wakaanzia kusema si alikuwa amesema ana retreat he is retreating for 45 days. Kwani 45 days imeisha haraka aje? So that's what they have been saying, but Gachagua did say he was to retreat after this. Kwa wale ambao hawafuatangi, unajua ni vizuri mwanzie kuelewa. So let me begin with hii walionekana wakikula mandazi. Yeah, this one should be more telling. Alafu sasa tuende kwa rally.
Ladies and gentlemen, twice yearly prep is here. One office visit every 6 months. 2 times a year for
Two men sat down for breakfast in Nairobi this morning. By the time the tea went cold, Kenya's 2027 election had already been rewritten. Rigathi Gachagua, George Natembea, one table, one agenda. And William Ruto's name was all over it, even though he wasn't in the room. This isn't just a political meeting. This is a man who handed Ruto the presidency in 2022, now sharpening the knife to take it back.
Munaheshimu Kasongo lakini watu ya Kiambu, munaheshimu Kasongo lakini na sasa Kasongo, ukitaka kujua hatukuogopi. Wewe jaribu tena kuharibu mikutano ya ligi G, alafu ukanyange hapa mlimani, utajua hujui.
June 11th, 2026, Nairobi. Gachagua and Natembeya break bread, and both men walk out calling it fruitful, consultative, focused on leadership, unity, and the people's aspirations. Now, in Kenyan politics, when two heavyweights use that kind of language after a private meeting, you don't read the words, you read between them. What was really on that table? Simple. The architecture of a revolution. Gachagua, fresh off a bruising impeachment that the courts upheld, barring him from office but failing to silence him, is now running a 45-day consultation marathon early from his Wamunyoro home. He is not retired, he is reloading. And Natembeya, the Trans Nzoia governor who has never been anyone's political puppet, walked into that room as a man the opposition desperately needs. Western Kenya doesn't follow instructions, it follows respect. And Gachagua just showed up with a full plate of it. Starting June 12th and 13th, they take this show on the road. Vihiga, Kakamega, Mumias, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia.
From the Wamunyoro residence for a period of 45 days. After a tour of Western Kenya where I want to go and support my deputy party leader, Cleo Malala and Eugene Wamalwa over the weekend, from Monday, I'll come in Wamunyoro village for 45 days to start exhaustive and extensive consultations with my supporters and opinion leaders. And
yeah, that is where I wanted to tell Ruto bloggers. They don't get it. Wamunyoro said he is retreating after the Western. So I don't know why, because I was following up many pages of Ruto bloggers walikuwa nasema kwani 45 days zimeisha haraka aje. It's good to follow the narrative. So history not following her instances. And by the way, this knitting, this connection, like and I want people to learn something here in politics. I think even mimi mwenyewe Gachagua ananifunza kitu kwa siasa. You can imagine Gachagua, I think he is a political scientist. Can you imagine kabla hata muja process stories za Makoti, mnaongea story yake ya kuwa Western. Gachagua sio yule msee ati anangojea ati mtulie na story. I think I've started liking his way of politics. It's like he knows how to camouflage, to re-engineer, to energize himself, to move from one story to another one. The other day, tulikuwa tunaongea tu stories zake na venye amefinywa na koti. As you are trying to make the story make sense, ndiye huyu anaongea story ya Western, hata story ya koti ameisahau. He is not even talking about it. It just happened this week, lakini hata ukiona Gachagua you might think hata hakuna story ya koti alikuwa nayo. Yeah, Eric, so that I don't overstretch your time, and I will be here for quite some long time. I think it is quite in order to allow you to talk at this particular juncture, unless if you wanted this video of Wamunyoro to go ahead. And then, so let me see what Alex Mbudi anasema. He is confusing everybody. One day he is going mute for 45 days. Next day, he come in Kisumu. No, but Budi, he said after Western. That's what he said, after Western. Na Budi, ujue nitakuchuna masikio sana wewe. Okay? Nitakuchuna vibaya sana. Unautalia? Budi, umesikia? Nitakuchuna vibaya sana. Ama ni kutumia batalioni yangu ikukonge. Endelea. Eliko.
Is it afternoon or is morning over there?
It is still in the evening. I'm in a cycle where it is 9:07 p.m.
And here is 9:07 a.m.
So niko 9:07 p.m. Yeah, sasa hii pande sisi we are watching the World Cup. I'm planning to go and visit one of the camp, which is near where I am. So yeah, I will be visiting one of the company. You know, people are getting the glimpse of this layer players ambao tujaipata. So I'm near where Erling Haaland is training. So I will be going there to kumuona tu. Erling Haaland is training in one of the high schools around. Go ahead.
Okay, let me start with or let me commence with the 45 days of Ligiji. Of course, he had said after the Western tour, I think to support, I think his deputy. I think it's just politics. He's not going to finish the 45 days. Because I listened to Minor Commander in Inoro. He said when this by-election in Olkarao, he's going to come out those final days to it's like to I don't know how to put it. So he's not going to finish the 45 days. These 45 days he's doing some good politics that everyone is talking about. And you see, it's very hard for his name to fade. Like everyone is talking about, this, and there are also some bloggers who, they just take some clips. He said he's going to take 45 days, but they don't listen about. He said after. You know, right now people take what they want. People consume what they want. Also, something I observed about his when he arrived at the Kisumu airport, he was well welcome. But in rallies, I think they need to. I didn't see the energy. If I compare with last time, they were successful, but the energy was not the same as the one for last time. So I think they need to let the candidate, those who are running for MPs, the MCA, the governor, the senators, let them mobilize the crowd. That's why you see when Gachagua is in Mount Kenya, you can see the energy. But there I saw some a bit of fatigue. There was not that, the energy wasn't much, even though they were successful.
Kidogo, I need to get that. Unajua nipeleke taratibu. So who do you say is having some fatigue? Amani, there is some fatigue in Western. Is that what you're saying? There is some fatigue in Western in Western rally. You know, when you are mentioning fatigue, are you saying that Gachagua and the elements who are with him, they have not been given an extremely warm reception, which you have seen elsewhere? Is that what you mean?
Okay, no, it's about comparison. So I'm comparing the last visitation, the one they visited last with the all candidate. Last time there was so much energy. I don't know if it was because of
last time where in particular, the same Western.
Yes, when they were being attacked. I don't know if it's there was so much energy with the Western compared to today. However,
So,
just look at
when you talk of energy, nataka kukuelewa kidogo. Can you explain to me what do you mean by energy? Like energy ni people jumping and continuously, watu wanaruka and continuously, ama like I want you to tell me let's do this, Eric, because I would want to get let's put one of the videos ya huko. Do you have time? Ama unaenda?
Yes. But I want first, I mean like the one you saw in Kisumu. The few people who welcomed him, you could see the energy. You could see the excitement. Like in Kisumu, it was okay at the airport. So I expected the same with the many people that who came to those rallies.
In Western, So in Western, you feel there was no energy. I think
there was, but not as the same as last time. There was, but not the same.
Let's just watch Kidogo because it doesn't hurt to watch because unajua it doesn't hurt to watch, so it doesn't kidogo. Just nataka tu like I want to have a longer video which nitacheza in serrated points. Eric, you will speak. We are here for 1 hour. In any case, it's a weekend, so and let's come on. I want you to tell me if this is energy. Energy is a perspective.
I mean, when they are talking, when they are speaking, not this one.
Mwaka kuletanga Linyako bareba lirebo Muleko mbanga lushe nomba.
Huyu ni kijana wetu wa bunge. Basi tukaribishe mheshimiwa Salasia.
Wacha nifike kwa
hata maagent ya Panyako kutopatiwa nafasi kwenda kwa vituo. Yote hayo yalinukuliwa. Tulikuwa tumeta madivi.
Mlembe Lundi. Tibala mu.
Wewe natembea.
Kwanza tunashukuru Malava kabisa. Sisi tulikuwa hapa wakati wa by election tunakumbuka.
Maybe like for example, you also need to compare like a town. How big is such a city, Marava?
Okay, I don't know so much. I've never been there, but I want you to observe the crowd and you see their reaction.
So in the politics, let me tell you, in the politics, we have two types of crowd. You have a charged crowd.
Yes.
A crowd can be charged, and you can also be having an attentive crowd. Attentive. Yeah, people are there, they are attentive, they are listening. Their reaction is opposite, but the messaging is the same. Hawakupigi kelele. So that's why I want you, like, why do you think this time around in Western, people are more keen to listen? Don't you think it is also a way also like pia hawa watu, they now wanataka sasa waanzie kusikiliza sera za hawa watu. It's like now people are attentive, they are now listening. At least ukikompare na mtu kama Kasongo akikuja hapa, unasikia akipigiwa makelele one time sijui nini. People are not even giving him that attention to listen. These people, I want you watch these people. I don't want you only look. You know, you can express energy in wamama wanajua sana. Wamama wanaweza kuexpressia energy in two ways. They can express energy to you by silence, ili anakunyamazia uongee mpaka uridhike, useme niko hapa juu yako. Or they can also give you attention through reaction. Kukurukia kufanya nini. So they are different, but they give the same satisfaction. I want to see this silence. You tell me if this silence is not part of satisfaction.
Ni nani kwa timu yetu anabeba bendera? Sisi tunaenda kuunda timu kuanzia kwa goalkeeper mpaka kwa striker, kila player atakuwa na.
What Eric, you need to tell me, are these people uninterested? Are they here? Do you think they are interested with this group? Because you can feel like when you look at a number of people. Angalia hapa kuna majamaa wamepanda hawa. Hapa. Unaona kuna majamaa, kuna huyu jamaa amepanda duka hapa. Ama isiyo duka, kuna majamaa wamepanda duka hapa.
Yake. Mambo ya mikataba ya usiku. Watu wanaandika mikataba ya usiku, baada ya kura wanaanza kugombana, hiyo maana sasa tutaki. Tukiandika mkataba wowote, wananchi wa Malava mtajua tumesema gani, kama inatufaa ama haitufai. Tuko pamoja. Jambo la mwisho, sisi tumeamua kufanyia Wakenya kazi. Lazima tuondoe watu wetu kwenye umaskini, na pia lazima tuondoe Kenya katika umaskini, maana tuko na rais ambaye hana fedha. Wewe unatoka hapo unaenda Finland, unaenda Belgium, unaenda Norway, na hizo nchi zote unaenda kuomba pesa. unaomba pesa, unapigiwa salute, unarudi unapata commander in chief amengojea, chief of defense forces amengojea pale, IG amengojea hapo.
Eric,
I hope una observe kwa nyuma Kenya wanafanya.
Yeah, I'm
just
watching.
Take the sample and yeah, utaniambia.
You see, kuna kitu pia imenishangaza. You know, I've heard of somebody from Finland that ni watu wa Finland, you know. I go to those channels, even za huko Finland. I've been surprised by what Finnish people are saying. Can you imagine Finnish people are saying their president came to Kenya in a commercial plane. But a stupid African leader is going to their country in a chartered flight to borrow. Anyway, Afrika mpaka tuache kuchagua viongozi wamerogwa. There's no help.
Waziri wamengojea hapa wanapiga salute kwa mtu ambaye ametoka kwenda kuomba madeni kule ng'ambo. Sasa watoto wetu wakizaliwa, kila mtoto ambaye anazaliwa Kenya sasa anazaliwa na deni ya taifa la Kenya. Na ujue pesa imekufanyia nini? Sisi tunajua inawezekana kuongoza taifa la Kenya bila kwenda kutafuta mikopo. Vile Mwai Kibaki alifanya. Alifanya hakufanya? Na Mwai Kibaki alifanya akikuwa kwa wheelchair. Sisi tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu kwamba tukishinda uchaguzi 2027 tushinde kwa wheelchair, kwa sababu ile kasi ambayo nitakana kufanyia kwa taifa la Kenya ni kasi kubwa. Watu 2027 kura ya kawaida, 2027 ni kura ya kujikomboa sisi wote kama jamii na kama taifa la Kenya. Maana bandu bekwe.
Jiro na observe.
Sasa nyinyi mlikuwa
Jiro observe. Angalia.
Kuna mtu anataka kutisha sisi kweli?
Yeah, hizi video tutaziona pole pole, haina shida. I want to loop in Budi kidogo. Budi, my dear brother here, Eric, I don't know why he is repeating his name twice. Eric is claiming there is no energy in people here. Like when he is looking at these people, anaona ni kama ni watu wamesukumiliwa kukuja hapa. I'm trying to build up more from what he not saying.
Jiro sijasema hivyo.
No, hujasema hivyo, but you know when you say
nimesema this. No, nimesema the energy level iko, nimecompare. Unataka kuniekelea kama nani Alex wenye anasema Gachagua alisema hivi. Ukicompare na ile nyingine, niangalie ile yenye walikuja last time, how it was, nikicompare na hii. Sasa nilikuwa nakwambia na nikakupea in my opinion kenye wangefanya, na utaniambia unaona ile itaenda kwa nini huko kwa kina Sarasia itafanya kazi, itakuwa very good, I'm sure. Hii kungekuwa na MP ndio wamemobilize hizi crowd wao na compete. Unaona akuwa na competition inakuanga iko poa sana.
Haya.
Yes, nasema wanasikiza, but mimi nikiangalia naona huko nyuma naona no.
Okay, let's see reactions from Budi. So, Bwana Budi, how are you? Good today?
I'm fine. How are you, Jiro?
Yeah, leo umeamua kunishambulia vibaya sana. Kwa nini? Ati unaniambia Mansuru. Why are you calling me Mansuru? And I'm here because of you. I'm the only person who is here in this life for you. Not even Anne or Acacia.
Anza kuingilia mwana ya familia. You cannot replace her. Unajua nani, Eric anakuambia kitu kizuri. You are not paying attention to his words.
No, I'm listening.
I think then I would interrupt. You could have understood what he was saying. He's not belittling the whole itinerary for today, but he's doing it in comparison to something which is very good. And then that is where maybe you can bring on the perspective of, you know, politics is not static, it's dynamic. So what has changed that, you know, Gachagua needs to work on, given the present environment. And obviously, for me as a member of DCT, there are mistakes that are being made. but there are temporal mistakes because there is no way out of those mistakes. The Western region is rooting now singularly for their own son, Sifuna. And you are seeing, old guards and the people still want to remain relevant in politics. They are aligning themselves to a particular either movement or individual, because we have cult personality politics in Kenya. For instance, in the lower, eastern region of our country, Pambani, people are still aligning with Kalonzo. If you look at Kisii, the Jubilee has consolidated and be able to remove ODM completely, and you saw that. And the interesting part is the two strongholds of two individuals who actually are interchanging their role probably this week and the next weekend to galvanize their own support. Now, if you look at Sifuna, he's supposed to go to the central, and I think Gachagua made a good move to go to the western. It will be interesting to see that the western team, which is still loose, they have not consolidated a team that you can say like the team of Wamalwa in 2002. They are still on the, on the prerequisite stage to see which way, because they still don't have a party, and they still haven't formed the caucus that needs now to solidify the 3 or 4 counties. Now, but I think they've made their decision that they are going to deal with Ifuna. And Gachagua is in a dilemma, Mr. Eric, because the reason he put Malala there was strategic and it was very good. But I think, unfortunately, let me say a very dangerous statement. The usefulness of Malala has come to an end, unfortunately. And this is where we need now to have a debate moving forward. He can be there in a position, but his role that Gachagua would have wanted him to play slowly is being usurped, or has already been usurped by the Sifuna Ants group, more especially Kaluale and Natembea a little bit, but now Sifuna on an enlarge. Now, the thing is, Judah, stop. Relax. Yeah. So the thing is, you don't expect the same enthusiasm when actually if you look the backdrop of the news last week, whether it was intentional or not intentional, I think knowing the itinerary, how they were going to perform the rallies, Malala membership with the DCP is now being viewed with suspicion. Naelewa, Eric. And to that fact, yeye ndiye ana host Nani in the Western region, obviously because of his position too. But also the person who actually now is going to work with Malala, who has decided is working with Malala, is Salasia. Salasia too has been attacking Sifuna from day one. So I think this is internal politics that eventually they will know how to deal with it. But I think the Luya people, yes, they will receive Gachagua as a person, but they are going to and listen to DCP in general on how they are going to work together. But I don't think they are ready to receive DCP as a party yet. But eventually, if Sifuna makes a mistake to retain his position in the ODM, which I think is likely to, because I watched and I heard him speak today in that funeral, I'm not sure why he's not ready to quit ODM as soon as possible and move forward. But those are the new scenarios that puts DCP in a dilemma or in a quagmire. So, yes, the rally is going to be successful, but don't compare it to the past, because now the new kid in the block is finally solidifying his support so quickly and galvanizing the base. And that was so unexpected from before. And you have heard now even the party leader of DCP saying they're willing actually to work with who? With Sifuna. Now, also you have to know we are coming out of a bad judgment that also dented our plans and our vision ahead, which means Gachagua will not run for president. It's not likely to run for presidency. So as they welcome him, they are welcoming him with the intention to see if he can also throw that support to Sifuna. So you will not see a wild support that you saw before. You are going to see a coercion or the seduction game happening, and you're going to see more of Gachagua speaking how his relationship with Natembeya and Sifuna and obviously Poli Khanwale is going to unveil. So it's not per se a political rally that they are really doing. They are looking for partners, and when you're looking for political partners, you have to be very, very careful on what you say. Why? Because that will also give your enemies arsenals, so that they will rationalize and bring a different narrative. So Gachagua is careful. Malala is still the biggest problem that is around Gachagua. And to make it worse, we have brought another problem, which is Salasi. But Gachagua needs partners while he's transversing that region, because the alternative, if Sifuna bulge and stays with ODM, I think that DCP is likely to recruit. That's what we are seeing. It's not per se meet the people to it is seduction game going on. Who are we going to work with? The same way Sifuna is also going to the mountain, because he knows he's not going to get anything from the mountain as a person, but he's also solidifying his base. So that is the scenario we are having currently. It's not per se like last time when the vacuum was there. Now there is no vacuum. Yeah.
Edex, I have a question, because sometimes this question is depending on like where someone is, and according to the Chief Justice, like pronouncement when she was in Spice. But this question, he said, when you are impeached, you are impeached. Okay. Look at the circumstance under which Sonko was denied to vie. They had to speed up. They had to speed up, and the ruling was made by the Supreme Court at the end. But if you read, I don't know which is that Article 95 that says, oh, you must until you finish all the, I think the judicial, like the whole process up to the Supreme Court. However, let's assume Gachagua is impeached and he cannot vie. And like right now, the way I'm seeing things going, if they were to choose now, before I was putting Matiang'i 1 or 2, but now I think, and I've observed, like there's a guy doing like I don't know, I call it opinion poll, or it's like a match between this and this. I don't know if you have seen. So far, he has gone to like I think Nairobi, Murang'a, Kajiado, Machakos, and there, what is coming out in those counties, Ruto is number 5. Like he is losing the first round. Then, what else I've observed is most likely is Kalonzo and Sifuna. Like I don't know where is Matiang'i in all this. Second, there's a question I always ask myself, because politics is numbers, and after 2022, the one term is dead. There's nowhere we say like one term. Many people say Mount Kenya don't want this number 1 or 2. But what if Ruto retain Kidiki? What if Ruto retain Kidiki? And Gachagua is impeached. Don't forget.
One thing we need to know is, unlike before, whereby it was easier, we thought it was difficult, but now that we are in the current conundrum, unlike before, it was easier, but we thought it was hard. Why? Matiang'i, Kalonzo, and the rest could negotiate. Who and who and who. But now we have a scenario whereby Sifuna is non-negotiable. He either becomes the president or deputy.
Yes.
Unaelewa?
Yeah.
Which puts every other candidate on a watch list. Unaelewa? So, and you can almost see that that has really confused DCP totally. Okay? From the corridors of power, I can confirm with you, Sifuna and the rest of the young turks that are working with Linda Mwananchi, if you have noticed, majority of Linda Mwananchi are from Kisii. Or the people who are actually going around with Sifuna no matter what. That is Onyonka, Kibagendi, Isairo, Varongo, and many, many others. And if you notice, Matiang'i seems to be comfortable with his young people, though they will buy in Jubilee, but they are coalesced in Linda Mwananchi. So it will be interesting to see how finally Sifuna is going to make a decision. Because the art and science of now being a political leader, whether you have a position or not, you have a role, is you must learn a very difficult art, which is called the art of betrayal. Okay? And moving on. And you put the interest of yourself first, and then the interest of the party, and because the ground and the people will dictate, so that you can have a solid organic group that actually you can bring on the table. So it will be interesting to see which way for Sifuna. So for me, I think Sifuna also does not have an easy job, even though he has, he has the favor of being either number 1 or number 2. Because now, if he has to go with Gachagua, then his core group that have been with him throughout going and arranging all these rallies, for instance, in Kisumu, you saw Onyonka being named ABCD. It looks like then he will have to lose a core constituency of the leadership, hard work group that he works with. But he has no option. When you look at the numbers, the center of the mountain, it is so appetizing, because that ticket, if you look at it, if it is Kalonzo, Sifuna Kalonzo, and Rigiji backs it, that ticket is very powerful. Okay? But then you leave a room for Matiang'i. also to work independently post-election with Ruto. Politics is about interest. Nobody should tell you that they cannot work with anybody. So far in Kenya, we have proved that. You need to understand that. So we shouldn't, by now, we shouldn't be using the word traitor, because at the end of the day, we are all traitors. You know, when it comes to post-election, kind of deals that we make. So, I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yeah, so Sifuna, Budi, let me ask you a question now. When you look at this interchange, Sifuna is in west, he is now gravitating to Mulima, and Gashagwa is seen in Western. Is it a way of in Kaidre introducing each other to your own people, or to create a working? What do you think is at play here? Kubadilishana hii, or are they trying to show
Actually, they are doing a very good thing. You know, if you remember, one of the most difficult things that we all never thought could work in the politics of Kenya is Kikuyus and Kalenjins coming together to form a government. I think it did not pass in anybody's mind that Ruto and Uhuru could actually work together in 2013. It was the biggest surprise, the biggest political surprise. And they did not have the opportunity to exchange notes. I mean, it came like lightning. I remember Ruto just saying that they have to work with anybody to win, so that in 10 years they can come back to work, to power. Remember, Ruto was on his way to Nakuru to meet Kulei for a deal with Raila, and then Kutuj called, and what happened? And the deal was finished. But now we have a grace period of introduction. Sifuna now is coming to the mountain and trying to see if, not if, how he can work with the mountain people. Because we don't still know if he's going to be part of the presidency, or if he doesn't go to and decide to run on his senatorial seat. For sure, he also needs the mountain votes. So I confirm it closely, like it's an exchange program they are doing. And let's see the fruits this weekend. You know, if Gachagua will be able to introduce himself that he's going to work with Sifuna. But it's going to be difficult for him saying that while he's with Malala and Tendea. You know, Malala is the biggest impediment for Gachagua right now in the Western. If you remember, Mukisa Kitui when he was put to be the spokesperson for the opposition, which was a very good move. The first person that criticized that move was Malala, because Malala also has personal interests. And we have said here, let's not lie to ourselves, politicians only have national interests. No, or there is personal interest that supersedes everything. Then they are able actually to take the mandate of the national interest. For this, Malala sees himself as a person who has fought for Gachagua when actually nobody was there for him. Secondly, he lost his job and his close proximity to the president because of Gachagua. So it's interesting as they introduce each other, what they are going to do. But I think Sifuna has an easy way, but Gachagua is the one who has a hard curriculum right now in Western. But yeah, they are introducing each other for their backyard, not to take the backyard, but to see how they can work together. But Gachagua has a big problem currently on how he's going to deal with all this the sensation between. As you know, Malala and Sifuna have had a long feud, if you don't know, post the by-elections Kibra, that particular time, they've had a problem. Thalasi and Sifuna, actually, they don't see eye to eye. So Sifuna is going to have an easy time, okay? Because obviously of the GLZs, and it's a new movement. But Kashagwa is the one who is going to have difficulty to convince the people of Western that he's not going to divide them, he's going to unite them. And if he's going to unite them against William Samoei Ruto, then Malala needs to go.
Okay, wow.
I disagree with you, Alex.
It's my view. It's my view, and you can bring your view. Yeah.
Yeah. When you disagree, you are supposed to. What is your point of observation in that, especially when it comes to that confliction, where they they are doing opposite campaigns?
I think you can manage him just instead of you can manage him from inside, because up to now, even in before 2022, I still don't know how Baba and Uhuru were not able to manage Wetangula and Mudavadi. I didn't know up to now. I don't know why. Apart from the interest of, and this was a sitting government. I don't know why. I could see why Goro is going. This one is going. Up to now, I don't know why Baba did not retain Kalonzo. I didn't know, because they were kind of winning even before 2022. So they needed to retain their base, and that's how Ruto, in as much as people will argue, he retained the initial, like how they were their formula before. He retained it, and now he had a clear and clarity of how to win. The winning is like people will have many opinions, but as I said, in a game, political in football, there's those moments where you say, this penalty that made it to be 2-1, but that's past. Once it's scored, it's scored. That's past. So I think you cannot say that he just kicked out. No, this is a guy who got the first DCP-MCA, and that one will be in history. That thing was huge. So it means he has some. You cannot ignore him. Second, the question I was asking myself, Rigiji is impeached. I think his role somehow is going to, I don't know how he can, there's a way he was re-energize and resurrect himself. But I think if Uhuru can come out, and in my opinion, the way I was seeing a chance for Matiang'i was if Uhuru and Rigiji would have formed one party. Like that one would have chased everyone in all those UDAs in Mount Kenya, if they were to come with one party. Like they
No, Eric, you are living in the past. See, there is no way. And if we keep on talking about that, we'll be wasting time for Uhuru to fold his party and come to DCP, or the DCP to fold his party and come to. There is no way that one is going to happen. So the question now that
I'm trying to find a cure, because one thing I know is if it's obvious in the united opposition, or the government, they are saying the alternative government, if they are, it's obvious it's Sifuna and Kalonzo so far as of now. Before it was, you could hear it's Matiang'i more, but right now you can hear Sifuna his name is something you cannot ignore. But I'm saying if the government, if Ruto appoint Kidiki, I think they will gain more votes than. So I was looking for how we can prevent them from gaining more votes. So I was saying if Uhuru and Nigiji work together more closely, unfortunately, it's very difficult for them to work that close, because when Uhuru come out, he's going to be told, oh, you are the former president. Yeah, you should be a unifier. You should be this. You should be. So that was my
I don't know
thinking.
why you believe that Kindiki retaining his position is going to bring anything. In fact, let me tell you, Kindiki is no effect at all. Whether Kindiki stays there or not, there is no effect. I think the effect comes in if Ruto takes a person from another community, like the coastal region, inatusumbua sahi sana. It's a toss-up. That's why actually speaking about what. But also you can't ignore the sentiments of Kisumu too. I mean, as much as they think they have taken the Luo Nyanza, it looks like it's also a wild card. So Kindiki retainers of the DP position for me is a non-polar. There is nothing he will add to Ruto right now. Okay, that is my own opinion, and that does not take more vote. What actually worries me, people like you and Julia, because you refuse to come out openly. The Matiang'i people in the mountain who are frustrated with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I don't know if Jiru, you see that Matiang'i group who, when they hear the ticket Kalonzo Sifuna, they ask, where are we leaving Matiang'i? Which is a good question, because for them, for them it is very important. So the question they need to bring out easily, instead of going round and round and round, is our candidate is Matiang'i. We are not leaving him. What should we do? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, actually, let me react to that. Bwana Budi, do you know that Matiang'i, exclusively in Murima, I'm not saying elsewhere, exclusively in Murima, do you know that, and maybe this is something which we should also put it to debate, exclusively in Murima, do you know that Matiang'i is more acceptable in Murima than Kalonzo Musyoka?
That is very true.
I agree.
That is very true. And that's why I keep on telling you that this sub is going to be very difficult, because, but he's acceptable, but DCP does not want Matiang'i. Do you agree that?
Matiang'i is acceptable, but I'm trying to reason with it. But DCP is not accepting Matiang'i.
The question is this: I have agreed to what you have said. The people have accepted, but the party, the vehicle,
is a roadblock. To say that DCP became a roadblock.
The party DCP has not formally accepted, because the moment they accept Matiang'i is that they have usurped and given their power to Jubilee. And they want to win seats. And that's a debate I have said here that we don't want to have. Do you see the conundrum? Rigiji wants a constituency. Rigiji will not make the same. Once beaten, twice shy. Rigiji is not making a mistake. Of
course, he will continue with the DCP.
He is not going to fold DCP and give it to the way, and that's why he was impeached. And that is why you had the people who came here yesterday were debating with another guy that even people from Mulima impeached Rigiji. No. It was the party that impeached. They followed the party. rhetoric, and they impeached. Not that Gachagua did not have friends in the mountain. So Gachagua's mistake of being impeached will not allow him again to make another mistake like that, that the people of the mountain, Matiang'i is more acceptable. And now, so what is the role of DCP then? So you either say this, Matiang'i and Jubilee must work hard in the mountain. You cannot have it both ways, that you want your party, but your party is not going to dictate who you are going to vote for president. It's not going to work that way.
Another conundrum, unajua, nataka to mix. Another conundrum in Murima is Matiang'i is acceptable in Murima, but again, majority of people in Murima, they don't want him with Jubilee.
That is the greatest mistake he made from the beginning. Matiang'i should never have gone with Jubilee. We will not be having DCP today. Today, DCP will not be a party.
I blame on Uhuru that time. Do you know, there's a time, Gachagua was not loved when they came to power. Uhuru took more time quiet than coming out. If he had come out before, Gachagua would not even have made this part, even after the impeachment.
I think,
because
Eric, the problem is with Uhuru, because I think they refused. Mr. Jui, maybe Amabudi Unaonaje, don't you think it could have been good for them to negotiate with Gachagua mapema? Wamwambie bro, haina haja ya kushinda kutengeneza chama, kuna chama iko hapa. Let's just build this party into full. You are part of the stakeholder. Like, why did they just allow?
You forget that the impeachment of Gachagua was a party, only a party thing. At some point, it was a national issue. And even people like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta were happy that Gachagua was impeached at that particular time. You forget that. So when you start talking here that, they should have gone and spoken earlier. Earlier when they were celebrating Gachagua is sleeping. Gachagua went and built his political value for negotiation after impeachment. Do you get that? Gachagua value to negotiate with came after impeachment. I think he even surprised Uhuru himself.
Maybe I think all of them, they never thought that Gachagua would resurrect again. And then you see...
Not all of them, say, including you, say, I never knew it.
Let me, I'm reacting to impeachment because no one has resurrected after impeachment. You know, it is a president in Kenya. After impeachment is not easy to come back to life. And it's a bit amazing how Gachagua has quickly morphed into a force after impeachment, and many people have been impeached in Kenya. Where is Waititu after impeachment?
When he makes some noise, he is taken back.
No, look at how some people have been impeached. Hata huyu Sonko is no longer having the power he used to have when he was a leader, and now he has been...
I think we are digressing from that point. The point is, Gachagua, nobody thought Gachagua was an individual to do what? To work with. And that is why I think Gachagua still needs to stick, whether they say Malala is a mole or not. I think Gachagua owes Malala a lot of loyalty because, against all odds, the person that fought and stayed with him, hata kwenda kumuona hospitali where nobody went, whether it was fake or not, was Malala. Unaelewa? So the value of negotiating and saying that Uhuru could have come earlier, ABCD, and do this and this, nobody saw this coming. This was another miracle of its nature. And I think because of it, it also created a new scenario. And that scenario, we can never go back and say, we wish we could have done this and this, because nobody predicted that scenario. So you cannot blame Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
I think Kalonzo saw it.
No, Kalonzo never saw it. Kalonzo never saw it. Kalonzo only came to realize it later.
But Kalonzo told his MPs and senators, don't impeach this guy. And you find not all that
but
impeached
you
him.
have to remember again, Kabani brought the impeachment motion again. I mean, that is neither here nor there. Kalonzo does not have insight, therefore he cannot have foresight.
Good point. Good point. Good point. Do you know in 2007, many people blame Mother Karua more than Mutua?
Very true. Very true.
So,
Now, going forward, now the thing is now going forward. Let's not go back. The issue is that, and let me tell you too, if you have looked like people like Bugela Mwananchi, like Nuru Okanga and the other boys, they particularly rooting also for Matiang'i. So I am not sure. I think, let me say this. I've said this before, but I think I've been dismissed a lot. But let me give my prediction. I think eventually the deputy presidential candidate for Ruto, it's going to be Kalonzo. I believe that. And Jiru, wacha maneno nyingi.
You have to qualify that. You have to qualify
I have
that.
to. We have said majority. We are. These are hypotheses. Let you not be rattled by a simple
I'm not
hypothesis.
rattled. Nataka uniambie,
It's
unionyeshe ile
good
evidence.
hypothesis because you ask yourself condition under which Kalonzo can be Ruto's running mate. And also, I can also add you more. Circumstances under which Kashago would be happy Ruto being president in 2027.
Kalonzo has only one shot, and he must. If I was him, now let me become a politician. I was accused yesterday, show, for being the devil's advocate. Now let me become the devil's advocate here, and I know Njiru will not like.
Na mbona utaki kukua advocate wa Yesu? Every time mnataka kukua advocate wa shetani. Endelea.
So politics is about power. You're going for power. You are not going to make anybody happy. Unfortunately, the statement of Uburu Diga saying tunataka power, we forgot after what he says after tunataka power, because after power, he say, how can we then be able to enact all these things that you want us to if we do not have power? Power is the tool that, you know what, brings forth what you need. So Kalonzo understands this is the last shot. And if on the journey of being by Raila for many, many years, he missed to become the president, to be the presidency. This is what Kalonzo, if I was Kalonzo, could do. If Rigiji and the team, as you have said, Kalonzo knows very well that Rigiji wants him in that ticket, but the people of the mountain, majority, actually wants Matiang'i. Matiang'i is in a wrong path. So Matiang'i, I don't know if you will correct that, but let's talk about Kalonzo. So if I was Ruto and I see the mountain is gone, and I could talk to Kalonzo, and Kalonzo can be my deputy, and then it's easier to take. When you look at the number of counties that he needs to win, part and parcel of being declared the president, I think Ukabani another work with the coastal region with the Kalonzo Musyoka, and therefore be able to go ahead if the people of the mountain sticks with Matiang'i and Sifuna eventually. So Kalonzo cannot sit on the periphery that is going just to support them. I don't think it will be viable unless he wants to pave way for somebody else to become the leader of what? Of the Ukambani people. I think him not being in the ticket will be very suicidal, and it will be an exit from politics, a very frustrated man. So I think he has to give shot. If he is not a flag there. So the danger is that we need to acknowledge early enough is we will be betrayed. We need to be ready for that. And for me, the biggest betrayal that I'm ready, whether we like it or not, we have only one president and one deputy. And we have all these principles. And we are talking based on a power structure that is going to come, obviously. Kalonzo has worked with the opposition before. He worked with, when you ask me, under what circumstances? The same circumstances, he supported Kibaki against all grains and became his deputy. I mean, those are the circumstances. So after all, he has done it before. So I see scenarios that are going to complicate here. If Kalonzo Sifuna is there as the presidential ticket, then people like Eric and Madam Julia, who support, they want actually somebody who will fix the country, not just to take Ruto out. For them, they are more cathedral. Take Ruto, fix the country once and for all. They are structured. They have a way out. Okay, they are not just thinking of removing. But on the other hand, there's those who are, mesmerized with just removing Ruto alone, and that is Sifuna and Kalonzo, and that is it. But I think still in this channel, we are not prepared for any betrayal, but the betrayal will come. And we better start discussing about who can we eliminate and still remain. Who can we eliminate honestly and still remain, that we are formidable and we are able to fight Ruto, whether they are there or not. That will be a good discussion.
I think, Alex, it's not good to, I think Kalonzo, because like his constituency, he has like constituency, you can say it's there. We must start from none, in my opinion. I think he deserved to be number one or number two. I think, because sometimes I think his politics, a part of his agenda is still not that clearer. But in politics, look at this guy. Sometimes I try to compare him with Kibaki. In 2022, he was even being called for an interview and he went. I was trying to compare it with the time of Kibaki when he was being like demoted from a vice president to, I think, a CS of like health. And I think that kind of a guy can somehow can change a bit of our politics. Because like if you had to have someone like G in State House, like the politics will be the same. You do a lot of politics than working. I think somehow this guy can work with all. There's a way he can be able to balance things. And I think
Eric, you people, the Matiang'i people, what you need to do, you have time on your side. If you want the tides to change for you guys, you have to realize that Uhuru is a spent force. You have an individual who actually can work with other people, and obviously he's presidential, and you can make him a president. But you're not going to make Matiang'i a president under Jubilee, because what has happened, the very people in the mountain who want structural changes are also reeling from a betrayal that they now realize the value of having their own party. The problem, the DCP has become the party of choice in the mountain. So whatever you are speaking is very good. So how do you correct it? should be a party issue, and that has to be done ASAP. Matiang'i in Jubilee is the biggest curse to himself. You need to acknowledge that. And for you to make him winnable, he must make a bold move. But I don't think he will ever do that because of his loyalty to Uhuru Muigai. Matiang'i may end up becoming the Nick Salat of Gideon Moi if he's not careful. But there's a way out if he wants to be perceived. Because you have said something that is very important and you need to put it into factor. And we all know it, even though we are playing party politics, that given an individual by the Western people, by the central people, who they believe can fix the economy, fix the education, fix the healthcare, stop the leakage. Let me use Njiru's campaign slogan, alikuwa anatusumbua hapa, drain the swamp. The person who can do that is Matiang'i. We all agree to that. But the complication again is the perpetual betrayals that we have had before. If the mountain people are willing to overlook, and I think this is where Stone PK comes in, whereby he urges us to get beyond our, tribal cocoon politics and choose a leader against a party, then I think that will be the most progressive elections that we will ever have. But the question is, as Musyoka said, down there, Ruto understand how to engineer tribal hatred. Ruto is a very good engineer of tribal hatred. And he's already doing it. You can see the Western. The speaker stopped being the speaker in parliament. He's in a rally every week in Bungoma or somewhere there. The speaker of the National Assembly. Because Ruto is a master of it. And until Matiang'i corrects what the mountain deemed to be a competitive politics between Jubilee and DCP, I think in the end of the day, they will have to ask themselves, do they want Matiang'i as a person or they should negotiate as a people with Jubilee? I don't know. Will you want Matiang'i as a person or you rather have Jubilee than negotiate? And you rather have your own party than negotiate based on your numbers and have the safety of not being played again? Which one do you rather choose in the current political scenario?
I would choose for the most affinable method. So I would rather negotiate for now.
And that is why Matiang'i now loses out, because we are no longer looking for good guys. We are looking for safety nets, unfortunately. I wish we could re-engineer our political mind and get out of it. But that is unfortunately our current scenario. Even us, we are stuck with Matiang'i in Kisii. Why? Because on a national platform, if you do not have somebody you can negotiate with, these jobs, the way we have seen, being given, quite difficult. But we want to put that to an end. But before we put that to an end, we have to acknowledge, unfortunately, our current political situation. And the people of the mountain, I'll urge you, don't be partyless and leaderless. That's a very dangerous precedent.
So let me ask a question. You have brought a very big, let me call it an assumption. In mathematics, we call it assumption. Assume A equals to 5. You know very well F cannot be 5, but assume for the purpose of results. You have assumed Kalonzo can affinitively gravitate to Ruto if a bit of conditions are right for him. Question. Even when it was a little bit tougher for Kalonzo Musyoka in the previous elections, there is still a lot of tougher moments where people feel he might go to Ruto or even Uhuru, but he ends up not going there. And the case in time, you can check 2013, he is with Raila Odinga. 2017, he is with Raila Odinga. 2022, he is with Raila Odinga. And in all those three occasions, Ruto is on the opposite side. There looks to be a bit of fortunes in his direction this time round, and he seems to be a more stronger candidate than the previous occasions. So, presidential-wise, it would not add value to him if he goes to support Ruto, because he will have to support Ruto as a number two. And does it mean that Kalonzo still sees his future in politics beyond 2027 if he doesn't become a president in 2027? Because for me, I believe Kalonzo can become a president. If Kalonzo becomes a president in 2027, he can get a second term in 2032. But I feel if his odds are off in 2027, he will have to retire from politics. So my question, previous presidents, there is difficulty in associating with Ruto. What parameters could ease him to make him gravitate to Ruto now?
I think that's politics. That is power. That is the art of negotiation. I mean, for you, it becomes so difficult because you don't use your money to campaign. You don't use your energy to campaign. You don't rail from defeats. All these political journey towards the election, people understand what it has to take them. So the truth is, when all is said and done, if you want your party and the rest of the support within your party continue, you also must find a way of bankrolling or being viable, including in parliament. So for you, you might think it's not difficult for Kalonzo to look at that and start negotiating before. But him seeing how Baba, and I think I like how Gachagua said this, and he said the legacy of Raila Amolo Odinga was that he built a national, that even when it was untenable and indeemable, every government had to approach it. And therefore, he promised he will also do that, that he must make a movement and a party like that. Kalonzo is a student, per se, of Raila Amolo Odinga, and he understands every time they refused to come for the swearing in, and they were making deal with the president. Raila went out and consolidated the support of the people, and he became the biggest, the most lucrative prize that the president could want, from Kibaki to Uhuru, now to Ruto. And now Kalonzo must look deeper and ask himself, if I don't win, what next? One of the ways to become relevant politically is to also negotiate. So if Kalonzo understands power and its dynamic, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. Even us, what we want is power, an individual who can hold that power and use that power for our benefit. So I don't think Kalonzo is foolish enough to know that this is his last bet. And if this is his last bet, if he will not be chosen as the flag bearer of the united opposition, being a deputy of Ruto is better than retiring. Okay, if he really wanted that seat. I am talking from the point of view of power. It's not must that he has to go. In the last election, he ceded, he was not in any position, but he was willing to negotiate. Now, for me, I don't think Kalonzo this time around, if he falls and say he will support somebody, and it's not in the ticket, Wiper is going to remain as a party. Either Jubilee will swallow it, DCP will swallow it, or Sifuna movement will swallow it. So for Wiper to remain relevant, Kalonzo has to be doing something. But if Kalonzo will endorse somebody else, trust me, Wiper will be dead in the coming election.
Okay. I still hold my thought. It's my thought. It is much harder in the prevailing conditions to actually negotiate with the Kalonzo to be on Ruto's side. That is my own observation. It is much under for me looking at all the conditions which are available, because I feel Kalonzo has more to lose associating with Ruto now, because the ground looks a little bit palatable for him. Hiyo itakuwa ni kama unatoka kwa green grass unaenda kukura miba.
You know, what you are failing to see is, you're not a Kamba, and that is why maybe you're failing to see that. The people who are for him in Kamba, and therefore, look, I ever asked my good friend about Kalonzo. He said the only reason Kalonzo is useful to them is because of what is playing up there. But otherwise, he might even seek for governorship and he may not even win. On the other side, Kalonzo is not like he's really loved by his people. But the fact that they've been able to make him to be where he is, that is where his value is. And he knows, and he does use that value very well. So you as not a Kamba, you are not seeing it that way.
Musyoka is a Kamba, and he is telling us that we force issues. Naruto tungoje Ruto atuoneshe moshi.
I wish you read everything the guy has been saying since he came here. When you speak against Kalonzo, this guy will tell you Kalonzo ni wow. Don't pick a statement just for today and pin it there. If you have ever followed Musyoka throughout, especially after 2 a.m. wakati amekunywa kitu yake, anaongeaga vizuri sana, anaongeaga kama Mkamba. Ataandika huko chini mpaka utashangaa, na atasema sisi Wakamba tuko nyuma ya Kalonzo. Mahali Kalonzo anaenda, hata kama ni Ruto, tutaenda huko. The same Musyoka unapina hapa hii. So when he's sober and writing that, pin it. But when again he's a truthful man like Kashago, also pin it.
Okay, ni sawa. So okay, swali la mwisho, so that we can loop to Eric. I want to ask you a little bit a very provocative question. Do you think Ruto is interested in directly negotiating with any of the united opposition guys?
Actually, Ruto is seriously negotiating with Sifuna.
He is negotiating?
Seriously negotiating with Sifuna. Seriously.
Hiyo negotiation ilianza lini na hatujui?
It doesn't, you don't need to know that. You have nothing to do with it.
No. We have to know, because
my friend,
he is our asset. He is our asset.
Don't play naivety. Don't play naivety in politics. When you see Mama Rachel, Ruto, and Sifuna today in that podium, it's not by mistake. I mean, don't be naive in politics, my friend. Our first lady, Mama Rachel Ruto. The introduction tells you more than anything. It's not protocol. It is not protocol. It wasn't just protocol.
Kwani kuliendaje? Unajua mi nikiona Rachel Ruto na Ruto tu nazimanga. Siwezi endelea, kumbe.
My friend, you must read in between the lines everything. The question that we have asked over and over and over, why is Sifuna not leaving ODM? Why are everything quailed down. There was a time that Sifuna needed to be removed by fire by force. Sai imenyamaza kabisa. Have you asked yourself what?
And you know, the way I've been having a lot of hope with Sifuna, mbona unanimwagilia maji?
No,
Mbona unanimwagilia?
it's a fact. It's even in the newspaper. They have even spoken on phone with Kasongo.
Tufunga show tuende.
Funga.
Eric, can you react to that? Sasa, why would Sifuna negotiate even with Ruto and he highly speaks badly about him, about Ruto? Unasikianga vile anasema huyu Kasongo ni one time sijui ni nini. Our business number one is to get you out of office. Would you speak that? Maybe I follow the wrong script of politics.
My friend, if you want to know that mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka, Atuoli alisemanga
Umina namjuanga tu na what are you saying?
Alisema kata miti. Na akasema huyu mtu anafaa nini?
Anaenda Sugoi by saa 2.
Na tukate miti kwa sababu atajinyoa.
Ili asipate mtu ya kujinyongea.
But the person that embraces him more now in Western ni nani?
Usiniambie story ya ubeshte.
So the problem is that you don't want to look at the history. You know the problem uko nani? Unataka tuweke rhetoric za Sifuna as if they are permanently ingrained in the stones kama the 10 commandments. Lakini za Atuoli na wengine, the man who refused actually, the boss of Raila who actually refused to debate Ruto, basically went into an agreement with Ruto. And Sifuna wrote the 10-point agenda personally.
Sasa Ana nauliza Sifuna alikuwa anafanya nini kwa event ya Rachel Ruto? So me I thought that Sifuna was a mourner of young people. Well, he went there to mourn the young people.
When you get to the level of Sifuna currently, one thing is that you start mending relationships, and at the same time you start betrayal process. And Sifuna is actively doing it right now. And the problem is that
you start learning betrayal process.
Yes, you know how to deal with both. The problem is that we want to sanctify and pontify Sifuna that he cannot do this.
Sababu sisi ndio Sifuna, sio yeye. Sisi ndio Sifuna. We own him.
We owned the Baba for a long time, and tulikuwa pendulum, my friend. Tuliambiwa anaenda AU. Sasa wakati tuliambiwa Baba anaenda AU, tulikuwa kwa hii channel tukasema hii ni propaganda. Baba will never do that. He will not leave the movement aende AU seat. Me and you tulimtetea tukakataa. You remember that? We said the propaganda. You remember that?
Yeah, but some of us started.
Do you remember that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember Alex talking about it. Hata nakumbuka ingine Alex alikuwa na debate ya Kalonzo hii time ya inaitwa aje hii MOU walikuwa nafanya hii ya
article report
na wabunge. Ya Nadiko. Ya ukasema ulikuwa una analyze baka gari yenye anatumia nini hizo those things. Hiyo nakumbuka vizuri.
Let's not put emotion into Sifuna so much, because the art of negotiation in the politics of power. You know, somebody ever said this, that Sifuna still gari anatumia via ODM yenye Baba alimpea. And he told us how Sifuna operates on a daily basis. And you can almost see that his itinerary through the city also has in in the Senate has never been affected. In fact, ameongezwa pesa as Stephen on how he must operate in Kenya. So hii maneno ya kupontify Sifuna so much thinking that he cannot betray us, he should stop immediately. All these people are negotiating. At some point, they will come in an agreement. But if Kalonzo is not our presidential candidate, Matiang'i too will betray the movement. Why? Because where is he taking the kisses? You know? Atakuwa kwa debe, atakuwa kwa debe.
Unataka kuniambia nione Matiang'i na rali moja na Ruto?
My friend, what's wrong with that?
Vitu zingine bwana.
Zingine kama saa hii una embrace Gachagua of all things. Tuna embrace Gachagua of all things. Yaani uoni hiyo kwanza ni watu wanaonanga kwanza wewe umechizi na mimi. Ama
lakini kuna vitu zingine haziwaka. Can you imagine ati Matiang'i and the way hao watu wanaongea uone Matiang'i na Ruto?
Wewe ulijua Raila na Ruto watasalimiana unajua walianza NADCO tukadanganywa wanaenda kuona mpira ya Gor Mahia and still people are in denial. There were people paka recently Roba hapa tukisema vile Raila was making deals and eating money. He almost shut the show up here. Akatuambia ni red line. Na wewe umeanza kutuwekea red line zingine hapa. We must have the ability to have mental gymnastics to end even where we are not supposed to go, thinking the inevitable. The truth is one of these guys, Sifuna, Matiang'i, Kalonzo, is going to betray us. We're not going to remain the same group come 2027. Do you agree with me?
So, Bude kidogo, you want to tell me that according to these people, they do not understand it comes a time when the country is bigger than your ambition. Like you can even be in that movement even without
I'm answering your question, but can you answer my question first? Do you think Matiang'i, Kalonzo, Sifuna, and the DCP guy, Rigathi Gachagua, are going to remain one force until 2027?
I feel they are going to. Yes, they will be because of the problems. Let's go Kenya. Kenya iko na shida mingi sana. I don't think like there is motivation to join Ruto. Maybe ebu niambie like maybe Budi nataka tu nielezee what would be the motivation to join
kidogo. Let me also hear what, and Eric, what do you think? Are they going, given the facts na vile tumeongea, do you think they will remain together?
It's very difficult for them to remain together, but mimi naonanga Uhuru akona a very big at all for them to keep them together. Huwa naona hivyo.
And I agree with you now. That is where I agree with you. Let's first of all acknowledge that it's going to be very difficult for them to be together. Then
because
we can ask ourselves, what can we do? Go ahead.
Edex, unaona 2022, I don't know why napenda kurudia history sana. Ni wenye baba alinifunza ni vizuri history una nini. So 2022 kuna time watu walikuwa sema wacha Kalonzo waende. Unaona the way here we are speaking. Kuna watu walikuwa wanasema wacha Kalonzo waende, hata kina Julia nilikuwa nafuata sana na kina Themba. Walikuwa wanaitwa Themba ama nani? Wacha aende. Si tuko na nani? Wewe unaitwa tuko na Giru, tuko na wacha aende. Hebu imagine ageenda the kind of beating baba again ni hata hangejaribu kwenda kunegotiate na Ruto. Receive a bigger beating. So lazima mtu mwenye anaweza tu manage hapa. Uhuru anaweza manage ya watu. I'm sure Uhuru akiongea na Matiang'i, that's why unaona Uhuru before natembea jina yake ilikuwa Joe, but there is a way Uhuru I think aliongea, ukiona natembea kwa more side ya Matiang'i than ya Gachagua. I'm sure hata Eugene akiongeleshwa na Uhuru atakaa kama atamwambia atakuja side yake, hao wote atakuwa manage kirahisi. Sifuna I'm sure akiongea na pole tu watasikizana. Na ujue Uhuru pia kwa pesa. Hata Kalonzo, that's why uliona amesema mambo ya Azimio, akaeka Kalonzo kama nani? Kama ni chairman ama ni chairperson ama ni party leader wa Azimio I think. So
Na
Uhuru
Ruto
ndiye anaweza unite hawa. Na Ruto anajua hivyo.
Ishaweri kutembea tena.
Nani?
Ruto akijifanya ameenda Ishaweri kusalimiana tena. What about that?
Uhuru in my view for now, like Uhuru akikuwa anataka kuwork na Ruto by now akikuwa sha work na yeye. Uhuru kuna vitu anaona na watu wengi unaona.
Let me ask you before you end, because that statement is always there's a reality here we have ever run away from for a very long time. Mutahi Kagwe, Kinyanjui, and these people who joined broad-based government are they not there because of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta?
Hiyo ndio tunaitanga conundrum.
You know, we want to act as if that Uhuru is not working with Ruto.
Aliombwa bench. Unajua budi unaweza ombwa bench. Ni kama ile sasa mtu anakuomba ile panga utumie.
And these people are sitting there pretty so quiet, you may not even know. Ni wakina mbadi tu wana make mistake ya kupiga kelele. But these people are there working for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Mimi hiyo story ya
kwangu Kasongo sidhani.
They are working for themselves. Really? Okay.
Kwangu siko sure, sione. I think mimi naona Ruto sama wanakuwa ni a bit smart. I think hii appointment haiko imenivo. Hata kama alifanya after, but sidhani ilikuwa nini, in my opinion.
In all your heart, you believe Kinyanjui and Mutahi Kagwe, when they were approached as individuals. Ama Raila and Uhuru were approached and they told Ruto that this is the way you must go.
Yeah, for Kinyanjui na nani naweza kubali, but Kasongo
no, watana Kasongo there was a reason. Lakini I asked you two people. I never said Kasongo. I asked you the two people particularly.
I think
that should inform you that there are things that we should not carelessly think that Uhuru and Ruto are not working together.
Yeah,
you know, Uhuru cannot just go to
Ishaweri. They are guys who are very close to Uhuru.
Ruto cannot just show like ajipata tu Ishaweri. What statement was Uhuru trying to make? Like, for a president to go visit a former president, there is a protocol. Uhuru is not going to tell us that alijipata kule na Ruto akakuja tu na nguvu.
But do you know it was the same time jina ya Uhuru somehow reduce kidogo in Mount Kenya.
Hata kama ili reduce, but that should inform you that they are working. Does that inform you?
Yeah, it does. Sidhani
so at some point,
sidhani Mutahi Kagwe angechukua hiyo kazi without a call and no DS from.
Now, if that informs you, so when you say that Uhuru should be the patron that brings everybody together to take Ruto out, doesn't that disqualify what you say?
It does.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying that tusiingishe emotions to depend on one person the way we depended on Baba so much and we kept on getting political headaches. Unaelewa? So at least let us be progressive in our thinking. There are background deals that obviously politics is about strategy and also doing what? Negotiating post and before election. Now, another thing to inform us, Jimmy Wanjigi told us, when you heard Ruto say all the time that there will be no what? Nusumukate. And we never knew what Nusumukate was. Only until 2013 later on. Wakati Jimmy Wanjigi alikuja kusema, the cabinet for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was made in his basement. Not with Ruto. With Uhuru after the election of 2013. When we were still fighting, Raila and Uhuru were in Jimmy Wanjigi's basement making what? a cabinet. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
So that should inform you that Uhuru understands what power is. You only see power in the TV. But this is a person who has sat in power and who will continue to be part and parcel of power. For you, your perception is on the opposition and it's outside and is bankrolling all these people. For him, he's leveraging power beyond him towards his children.
And for investment sustenance as well. Because he is a big businessman in Kenya as well. So
let's not say that Uhuru is the only man. So let's not say Uhuru is the only man. Let's say we Kenyans will force the ground will force these people to sit down. And that is what actually has forced them still to keep listening to us, because the ground has decided, not because of politicians. So I want you to withdraw your statement. It's only Uhuru. Uhuru is a broker, my friend.
Yeah, I agree. Nakwambia unaona hiyo time pia there is a way. Nakwambia unaona ile Gachagua kuwa deputy president.
Just say a smart broker. Broker ambaye huwezi elewa anauzia mbuzi zake wapi.
Ile Gachagua akiwa deputy president, Uhuru jina yake ilikuwa iko juu sana. Like there was thirsty for him. Watu wanasema oh, come out. Unakumbuka birthday zake zilikuwa celebrate kila everywhere in the market.
Let me ask you a very sensitive question. Let me ask you both of you a very sensitive question. Do you know that Uhuru and family will never forgive Gachagua for what he did to them?
Story ya Mangondu, Story ya, of course najua unaongea story ya zile ng'ondu ambazo ziliibiwa ile siku.
The question is, do you agree with me that they will show us that things are okay, but the Kenyatas as a family will never want Gachagua near power, because they know if Gachagua comes to power, anything can happen to their... They are better off Ruto than Gachagua. Do you know that?
Let me ask Alex, unafikiria huyu anaweza reason hivyo Alex? Let me ask kidogo, nipe tu hii before you point ipotee please. Alex, unataka kuniambia Uhuru anaweza fikiria, you think mali ya Ruto ingetakiwa na mtu kama Uhuru ako kwa president? There's nothing inaweza fanyika kwa Ruto without a yes from the president. So sidhani Uhuru anaweza think that way. He can't.
Wewe utakuja uniambie nimefikiria kitu sana ndio uliniambia. I think go think about it. Go think about it.
Let me react about it. Ni sawa, ataenda kufikiria. Siku hizi hata tunapeana miaka 5 ya kufikiria. So we gave Roba 5 years to go and think. Hatutaki kukimbiza watu siku hizi. So, Bwana Eric, you have 1 year to go and think about it. That's a very hard thing to think. So, Budi, there is something I want to react to when it comes to Gachagua and Uhuru family, and about what the intrigues of what happened that day. So, number one, has it been unanimously been accepted? Hizo mbuzi ziliibiwa sababu ya Gachagua? Is that the storyline? Or it was other people beyond so hizo mbuzi ziliibiwa sababu ya Gachagua? That is my simple question. Gachagua ndiye alifanya mbuzi ziibiwe?
Hapana, speech ya Ishongo iko hapo akisema venye wataenda kuvamia. So there's nowhere. Na Gachagua ameexplain kwa watu wa Mount Kenya vizuri. Hii kitu haizifanyika without a president nod. The president lazima aseme yes.
The mistake which Gachagua has done is he has a responsibility in it anyway. Hata kama maybe maybe kuna people who took advantage of that, and he was the most powerful person Mlima Kenya at that time. and we were seeing how they were, especially hata kuja. Lakini mbona hatujaiona hao watu wakienda ku apologize kwa Kenyatta family? Why have they not, ama wamewaienda, like have they tried to like say, to like show remorse on what happened that day? Have we seen people assembling a battalion to go to Mamangina, Kenyatta, whoever, representative of that family, going even with a small token? Are there attempts which have been shown to try and return those mbuzi which were stolen?
Jiro, hiyo point imerudiwa sana. Hata nakumbuka kwa interview mingi. Kuna time Gachagua before Uhuru aambie nani anaitwa aje Kioni acha kutukana Ligi G, sijui acha ni walikuwa wameona. Ligi G alisema mwenyewe kwa interview yeye hasemi sorry tena. That time alisema kwa nini, akaulizwa kwa nini. Yeye alishikwa hiyo 2022 wenye alikuwa na tunajua wenye alikuwa anasema anashikwa, alikuwa na kujua kwake bila nini, so akasema imekuwa cancelled, yeye hasemi sorry tena nini. The foreign speech ya Uhuru ndio alisema we Kioni wacha sijui ya Gararu Magashagwa wacha hiyo. Unaona again so mimi niko sure Ligi G siasa zake amezicheza vizuri. I'm sure up to now kwa nini, I'm sure there's no way na for example wakiamua, if they decide Uhuru amue kufanya kazi na nani na Ruto, Gachagua bado wako na bigger say than Uhuru. He has, because the people of Mount Kenya, they can see, not unless you say maybe Uhuru ameendorse Kidiki, it makes some sense. Maybe that time you can say Gachagua politics zake zimerudi chini, but Gachagua alisema yeye alimfanyia hivi na mimi nikasema hivi. Yake ile kubwa, the biggest undoing ya Gachagua ilikuwa ni kusema usiwe nini kama vile those kind of words. Kuna time alikuwa anasema your family has everything.
Eric, you are conflating this point. We are talking about the attack of Kenyatta family wakati shamba ilichomwa na mbuzi ziliibiwa. A remedy was supposed to be done there and we never saw any remedy. Ni kitu tu watu wameassume. Hebu nikuulize, toka hizo mbuzi za Kenyatta ziibiwe, has there some attempt which has been done to try and reconcile with that family? Ama tu assume tu because story iliisha na watu wa mlima wameachana na Ruto, sasa hizo vitu ziliisha tu?
Hizo mbuzi zililipwa na Ruto, nisikia hivyo. But mimi nakwambia you are the president. Unajua hii point hata nyinyi mna debate aje. Nyinyi you are the president. Kwa Uhuru kunatakiwa kama hujui how hata nyinyi you are pointing the blame where it is not supposed to be.
Of course, he knows because it was a well orchestrated plan. But ile swali tunauliza, umesema Uhuru alilipwa. So how do we know alilipwa?
Nilisikia those who are close to president wakisema wadi alilipa. There's a clip ya Saudi akisema Ruto ndiye alienda kulipa.
Kuna watu sana wanapotezanga vitu alafu tunaambiwa alilipwa na zingine ni uongo. I don't think.
But however, unadhani hizo mbuzi is like it's nothing to Kenyatta.
It doesn't matter.
Maybe hata zilikuwa insured.
Hata Elon Musk, who has become a trillionaire today, jaribu kuondoa hata $1 from him, you see how you'll get wrath. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you are rich, you don't need resources.
I hope you can see baka Ishongwa leo aliattack ni jana, acha niite jana. Aliattack nini? Mimi nakwambia hizo clips ziko hapo za kuonyesha na zilichezwa by the way. Hiyo ni swali Gachagua huwa I bid most of the time. Anaulizango wewe ndio nini? Wanaambiwa cheza hii clip. Na imechezwa mara mingi.
So Bud, what is your take about that? Do you think your story ya kuattack Kenyatta family, it has still some thorns to Gachagua?
Budi hayuko. Ashaenda.
You can react. So nikuuliza, wewe unafikiria hiyo story bado iko na mikoba kwa Gachagua?
Hapana, haiko.
So according to your story, Nisha,
haiko mimi labda ile ya 2022 ile the high voltage politics za Gachagua zile zenye alikuwa he didn't care, akiambia Uhuru usiwe sisi venye sijui babako waliua. Yeah, I think hizo kama ni hizo yes, but hii ya buzi no.
okay. So okay, then
Kama ingekuwa one of the impeachable nini, angekuwa amewekewa hapo juu, angekuwa kuna evidence, but hawana evidence. The president akikataa nayo from the word go, aseme what happened was the president had comment anything that time, he didn't.
Okay.
So sometimes nyinyi watu be fair to Rigiji pia.
No, we are just analyzing the situation because I didn't hear an apology.
Okay, let me build this hypothesis. You are the Uhuru, you are the Uhuru side. Okay? Where the Uhuru Kenyatta side. And Ruto the president, Rigiji nini. Then kuna ma MP. Hao MP wote usahau walikuwa wanani? Si Rigiji hakuwa na power kwa hao ma MP. Hata akijaribu kuambia hivi hawangemsikiza. And that's why hata hizo position walikuwa wamepewa, na nilikuwa nasema hata before walikuwa wamepewa to checkmate each other. Si ati mlikuwa mmepewa juu ya kupendwa. Didi Joro alikuwa check Ishongwa alikuwa check Didi Gachagua, na that's why alianza kuwapiganisha. Ile sasa zile alianza kufanya nani Didi Nyoro. Kwambie enda huku ifanyikane wewe ndio unapendwa zaidi. Unaona, like bringing all those confusion. And they didn't see it coming. Mimi niliona kitambo sana.
So according to you, who do you think when you look at Gachagua, Matiang'i and Kalonzo, who do you think, because it looks like in all the attempts ni kama Gachagua atakuwa kwa debe. So between Kalonzo and Matiang'i, who do you think Gachagua feels more comfortable and he can endorse? According to you.
I think Kalonzo nani Gachagua tena kwa Kalonzo. In my opinion. Yeah.
Why?
But however, I still maintain if Uhuru wanaweza shikana kabisa na nani, that's where Matiang'i will come in. But as long as nini Kalonzo atakuwa na nini, there are things time ya impeachment Matiang'i hakucheza politics zake vizuri. Time ya impeachment Kalonzo alicheza, he played his card well. Haya, Kalonzo in 2007 bado alicheza kadi yake vizuri, na bado alisupport Kibaki for hiyo time, hiyo 5 years bila kumsumbua. Unaona? So Kenya Kalonzo anafaa improve ni his way of communication. Sometimes naonanga hananga that connection or with the audience. There's a way Rigiji kina audience wameboeka, anaweza kusema Rigiji has communication skills. He's able to connect with the ground, with the audience when he's speaking. And that's why nilikuwa na observe huku Western, that's why I said haikuwa successful. I could see pia alienda kusoma manifesto ya Ruto sana ya 2022 than na sikuona kama watu walisikiza sana. I didn't see. Angeshorten hizi vitu. There's a way angeshorten na address na wewe watu wata nini. That's why I said it too haikuwa very successful as the other one. Matiang'i right now pia watu wanaona is an angel, but I believe ile time siasa high politics zitaanza, Gachagua ataanza kurudisha mambo ya 2022 na pia Matiang'i ata have his punch. So I think it's bado itaenda kwa
So
Kalonzo.
according to you, how do you unite these people? How do you bring them together under one president and one deputy president? Now that Udi has cast a very big net here, where he has told us that Ruto could be negotiating with Sifuna. That is why we are seeing them today in a epic event. And then you have told us that Gachagua would gravitate more to Kalonzo than Matiang'i. And then there is Uhuru who is gravitating more to Matiang'i. So how is this matrix mixing towards giving us the two leading candidates for presidential vote? So are they going to use a popular opinion whereby they will say wacha watu watuambie, or they will use a boardroom initiative? And according to you, which one would be the best approach to us? Because it looks like it's a very complicated matrix.
I think I am not sure. Like the popular opinion, who will do it? Because they start doing their own first, and like kuna yenye inakuwa is like created where you just ask some people who wenye uko sure wenye watasema. In my view, I think if Uhuru na Ligijia wata wako pamoja kabisa, Matiang'i doesn't have that, hana hiyo number 1 or 2, atakuwa past that. So I think apart from I think Kalonzo Sifuna itawak. Kalonzo Sifuna itawak. Though Edex amesema ana doubt Sifuna, but let's see. I don't know. Hata me, I'm observing. I'm waiting to see how things will go. Of course, kuna wenye watatoka, lakini one thing I know, tukisema ni kugoja atufanye rerun, hapo Ruto atashinda. And atashinda in this way. Kuna watu wengi in MPs, in governors, watakuwa wameshindwa, watakuwa wamekasirika. And that time Ruto akona enough money to beat us in case kwa tukienda a rerun. So that time hata maybe one of the nini, tuseme for example kama atakuwa unite, that time kutakuwa na mwenye atatoka aende ile side nyingine. Na unajua pia kila mtu ana observe, anaona Ruto anaenda term yake ya mwisho. So it's easier to wait for 5 years than to wait for a new 10 years. Unaona? Yeah.
But pia inategemea pia your window. So don't tell me that even for Kalonzo, is it easier to wait for 5 years at his age gap?
That's what I'm saying. It's easier for him too. Kama atakuwa na atapewa number 1 or 2. I think for 10 years anaweza wait kwa though atakubaliana, mwenye ataingia ataambiwa utaenda miaka 5. Though baadaye politics itacheza, and it's politics, is a game. Maybe Innocent akona kitu ya kusema.
Let's have Innocent. So Innocent, do you think Kalonzo can wait for another 5 years? And I thought that Kalonzo is also in his last stage of final bullet. Mimi nafikiria Kalonzo hii ndio bullet yake ya mwisho. So Ruto anaweza kumwambia after 5 years niwe nitasupport. Is that one mading?
Innocent.
Hi,
Innocent.
hello.
Go ahead.
How are you?
You're fine.
Yeah, hii ni topic gani mnaongea? Hadi Sifuna joining Ruto, Kalonzo sijui joining Mandu. SG ati Kalonzo having one bullet.
Hii story imetoka hapa. It is being said today Sifuna being in the same platform with Mama Rachel. We should start knitting something. There could be an attempt of Ruto wanting to approach Sifuna. Go ahead now.
Yeah, I saw it, and I heard what Alex was insinuating. Kwani, was it wrong for Sifuna to go for that burial? And he indeed explained exactly why he was there, because one of the member of Linda Mwananchi alipoteza mtoto wake, I think from Turkana ama Wajir, and that is why exactly he was there.
What, a member of parliament, eh?
I don't know, no, a member of Linda Mwananchi. I don't know kama ni parliament ama ni, he just said one of the members of Linda Mwananchi, and that's why he was there. So he was not there because of Ruto. He was not there because of Rachel. Number two, does it mean that when opposition and government meet in a burial, it means that people have joined together? Not really. Not really. People go there because of one reason or another. Rigathi and Ruto met kwa Olkarao MP burial. Does it mean that Ruto Gachagua is going to support Ruto? This is a burial. This is an event, and when an event comes, sometimes mtapatana pamoja. I remember even there is a time Raila met with immediately after election. Raila met. I think it was the first time Ruto and Raila met in a burial. Hata Uhuru alikuwa huko. So does that mean that Raila and Ruto, Raila and Uhuru were going to join Ruto? Not really. So sometimes these events might occur and you find that people are meeting in one event. Ni kama Madaraka Day ama ni kama burial. So when people meet, it doesn't mean that they are going to join hands with the other person. Even if they have that kama wana huo mpango, that plan, it doesn't mean that because they met there, then it means if they want to join hands, they can do it secretly. Wanaweza fanya huko kinyuma nyuma and it continues. Number two, when you say that Kalonzo has got one bullet, saizi in Kenya, Eric and Jiru, we are not looking for a person who has one bullet. We are looking for a person who is going to change Kenya. And that is exactly what we are looking at. And if these people, that is what they are going to tell us. This is not Raila's era. That saizi ni miaka imefika hivi, nina bullet moja, nimebakisha niwachie hivi. We are not going to give this candidacy to a person with that motive. No. Kenyans, let's wake up. Let's look for a person mwenye anaweza komboa Kenya. If these people will not agree, if they will not agree to join hands na wafanye kazi pamoja as one group, the way Rigathi alikuwa anasema sasa kama hii impeachment imekuja, is going to put his effort together to see that the alternative government wins. If indeed kuna mtu anaenda kusaliti mwingine, I'm telling you, Kenya needs to be serious na wajue vile watatupa huyo mtu nyuma. Let's have the 202 euphoria. Kenya tulikuwa huko tulipiga tu kura once na there is no way Uhuru could go even to court. Kura tu ipigwe mara moja, watu wa join together, wengine waweke huko nyuma. Nyachae alikuwa huko, miaka ilikuwa imepita, wakina Zaitoti walikuwa huko, wakina Raila walikuwa huko, but they gave it to Kibaki na akakomboa Kenya, and we saw what happened. If indeed these people want to work for Kenyans, it doesn't mean that you must be in the ballot. This is one of the issues yenye ninaona inaendelea, and ukiangalia watu wenye walikuwa Western, and the way some of these leaders are just stamping, I'm telling you, Ruto might have a field day on that material day. Atakuwa anaenda kwa bank ku withdraw billions and billions of check of what he has invested in this campaign. If indeed this is how people are going to do. I listened also
Innocent.
to Matiang'i. Sorry?
Innocent, as you comment, I want to comment about when we were starting the show, I told Jiro, I didn't see like the enthusiasm, the energy level higher, like the first visit, the previous one. So to the audience, to the crowd. So I think I want you to comment on that too. Maybe
Yeah, Western,
my observation was wrong. Yeah, Western, yeah.
Yeah, Western saizi mali wamefika, they have their own son, and that's why they were not able to be enthusiastic the same way. Unajua sasa wamekuwa 3 bulls, ama let me say 4. The government, Mudavadi, wakina Lusaka, wakina Wetangula, hao ndio wako in one group. Sifuna has risen up, ako huko na he has his own crowd. Saizi Rigiji walikuwa huko na Wamalwa, and then kuna Tawe movement yenye iko na natembea. So you see, because of these forces, the 4 forces zenye zimeshikana na kina Silasi, unajua na yeye alikuwa ameanza kitambo before. You remember alikuwa anasema anataka kukuwa president, akaanza kusunguka huko. So you see, these are the 4 forces zenye zimeshikana, yenye wasipoona vizuri Western, hizi kura zitakuwa divided, and that's why you couldn't see the enthusiastic of the crowd, because kila mtu ana mtu wake huko nyuma. Now if you see what happened to Western campaign ama meet people tour, utaona that most of the Linda Mwananchi MPs ama members were not there. So that rings a bell. That's why I was telling you those forces. And those ones also who are maybe supporting Ruto, na kina Wetangula na Mudavadi, you could not see them there. So it means that the Western is divided. So that is why the enthusiasm is not there. Ukienda places zingine kama Wakamba, unaona Wakamba wamewekwa kwa kikabu, Wakikuyu wamewekwa kwa kikabu, ukienda Kisii wamewekwa kwa kikabu. So it's very easy for you to have that energetic crowd, and that's why we had what we saw. And one of the things that I saw from Western, I believe, that is my opinion, Rigathi needs to go slow. Asikuwa anafanya things to show that is the spinal cord of opposition. This thing needs to be played in such a way that kila mtu akue has something to play. I like the way Natembea puts it, that we are a football team. Kuna mwenye anaitwa striker, kazi yake ni kuscore. Kuna mwenye goalkeeper, kazi yake ni kushika mabao zisiingie ndani. Kuna defender who is going to defend them. Kuna midfielder who is going to make sure that hapo katikati watu wasisukumwe. So this is how this team needs to play itself. But let not be that maybe when you know how to strike, unapiga ukifunga bao, it means that wewe ndio mkombozi wa hii timu, wewe ndio umefanya hii timu. Kama hakukuwa na defender mwenye alikuwa analeta hii ball, kama hakukuwa na goalkeeper mwenye amezuia makwacho zisiingie huko ndani, then hakuna njia hii ball ingekuja kwa striker afanye. So let every individual play his part just like a team, and if they can do that, then the opposition will go far. So I don't agree with Alex. I agree to disagree. That is his own opinion, whatever he says. But Kenyans need to be alert and know exactly what they need to do. So I don't believe that Sifuna being together with Rachel it means that they are working together. Even if they are working together, that was just an occasion, and he attended the burial because he was meant to do that. And Western nilisikia wakisema ati Sifuna was meant to be there, but ameenda matanga huko utumishi ama utumishi, I think utumishi girls. So that's why he was not able to there. But I'm waiting to see where I'm waiting to see a suggestion where Sifuna, where Matiang'i and Wakina Rigiji, all of them come together and have a campaign trail in one pulpit. That is exactly what I want to see, and see how it goes. So Njiru, I believe things are boiling nicely. Let them continue doing whatever they are continue doing. I was saying I had also Matiang'i. Matiang'i was in a meeting. I don't know whether it was yesterday or the other day in Kisii. He met some individuals from Kisii and the other part of Kuria, whereby alikuwa anawaambia he's mobilizing his people together na to make sure that they are glued together, and he was explaining to people. And maybe you couldn't understand what he was saying because he was speaking in Ekegusi, and he said that mnafikiria hii kitu nitawaachilia, mnafikiria ati hii kitu alikuwa anasema ati tutaenda paka kwa kamba hapa, tutaenda paka kwa kamba, and that is also one red light a flag yenye nimeona kwa opposition, because Matiang'i na yeye umesikia amesema yeye paka kwa kamba, hawachilii kitu, hakuna mahali ati atawachilia. Alikuwa anaambia the people he was meeting, na akawaambia mimi kitu hakuna mahali nitawachilia, nikishatoa shati nimetoa shati paka mwisho. So it means that whether Matiang'i is picked to be the opposition flag bearer ama not, is going to be in the ballot. And if indeed exactly that is what he is saying, now Wakina Kalonzo also are saying the same thing, then Eric, we are going to see the second round, because Matiang'i will garner his chunk of voters. Kalonzo atashika wake huko, Sifuna na yeye atashika wake huko, and Ruto will also have his own chunk of voters, and tutaona wakienda to the second round. Hiyo second round, I don't know how it will work, but I don't believe that after watu wamekasirika na Ruto na wanasema wanataka kumtoa, ati waende sasa wamebaki mtu mmoja mwenye atakompete na Ruto kama yeye ndiye atakuwa and mark you who say that Ruto atakuwa number 1 na maybe Sifuna number 2. Why don't we say that Sifuna atakuwa number 1, Kalonzo number 2, Matiang'i number 3, Ruto number 4, so that the Sifuna na Kalonzo ama Sifuna kina Matiang'i ndio waenda kucompete. We should be positive, and we should educate our people to make sure that hata kama ikienda to the runoff ikuwe ni if indeed they are going to go individually, isikuwe that Ruto ako number 1 or 2, akuwe ako number 4 huko 5, so that wakienda
why should they go individually kidogo hapo unanipoteza kidogo. Why should they go individually and we know they cannot all become president? Mbona wasikubaliane sahi?
But that can also be a strategy. That can be a strategy. Wachapane, kila mtu apate wake na wakuwe number 1 na 2 na 3, Ruto akuwe number 4. That can also work. Njiru, that can work. But ndio nimekuambia the way I've heard Matiang'i say, and the way nimesikia ukisema Kalonzo ati ako na 1 bullet, these people might not agree on. Unajua Sifuna yeye vile nimemwona anaweza agree, but Kalonzo and Matiang'i, I'm telling you, they are going to be in the ballot. That's why I'm saying that. So nimesema kama wanaenda kukua huko,
Kukua kwa
then
ballot ni
let's
sawa,
have
lakini
one.
what about negotiating with the Ruto? Because it is being said any of them could gravitate to Ruto. Do you see it happening?
No. Especially Sifuna, Kalonzo, Matiang'i. Hata kama mkisema Kalonzo anaweza enda huko, I don't think. Mahali wa Kenya wamefika, the moment you show us the middle finger, I believe Kenyans are going to deal with you. They have dealt with these leaders for so long. Umeona hata the way wakina the president wa Tanzania anaingilia wa Kenya, anaambia ati this social media guys wa Kenya wasiende huko, and Kenyans tena ndio walikuwa more fired, wakaanza kusema kwani unafikiri Tanzania ndio nini? Na wewe watu wako wasikuje, wakina Harmonize, wakina naitwanga aje this singer asikuje Kenya. So you think that you are the only person who is going to tell us people not to kukuja huko? Hata sisi tunaweza kataa watu wenu wasikuje. So Kenyans are going to teach these people.
In Kenya there is a more bigger market. Kenya musician will make more money than in Tanzania because Kenya is more enthusiastic. So they are losing more. Ni kama vile South Africa imeanzia kurus.
They will lose more. So ndio nakwambia even these opposition leaders, ndio nawaambia the ones who are going to betray Kenyans, they will lose more. I believe you saw what happened to Baba immediately he joined the government. I believe he lost more than when he didn't join. Uliona hata ya Uhuru haikuwa mbaya sana, lakini ya Ruto, I think Kenyans mali wamefika saizi, they will not take let me not mention the word. Hawatakubaliana mtu kwenda kujoin na nini. I sent you something, uliona ile ya kiongozi.com. The guy alikuwa anasema anataka kupiga kura na waonyeshe ni nani hawatapigia kura. So hii sio iko kwa ati nani utapigia kura, ni nani hatapigiwa kura, na mwenye atakuwa na kura mingi atatolewa kwa hiyo race. Na uliona Ruto alikuwa anakuwa na more votes za kutopigiwa kura na alikuwa anangolewa. I hope that if they are going to do, Kenyans are going to do that. That's why Njiru, I'm telling you that hata kama watu wataenda individual and they are able to garner, if they are able to garner, like let me say Linda Mwananchi washike Nyanza vizuri, watoe karibu half of the population, wapatie the opposition. Ukienda Kisii hiyo ishaenda, ukienda Kikuyu ishaenda, ukienda nitoaje hapa Eastern Kalonzo ishaenda. So uanze kushika the other parts. Ukienda Western na Sifuna na yeye achukue part of that, na washikane from many counties, wachukue kidogo hata kama ni half wapeleke huko, so that if they are not going to be in one joint ticket, at least wakue number 1, 2, 3, 4 ni opposition, and then number 5 Ruto. That is my take. But the best nilisema, kama uliona yenye nilisema I wish it could be the 202 euphoria yenye tulipigia Kibaki, kuwe tu ni one round, ipigwe kama ni 70%.
Innocent, nikuuliza kidogo
Yeah.
You have said a very serious point when you said like huyo jamaa anafanyisha interview the way Ruto anangolewa haraka, and is Ruto taking that thing serious? Anakuja kutuambia atatuibia kura zetu, na unasikia tu ukiambia watu nani huwezi taka kukua rais, within like 1 minute Ruto ashangolewa. Is he taking those polls serious, ama anasema
yeye anatakanga zenye anaambiwa ni nani atashinda? But Kenya saizi wameanza kuuliza a different question. ama Njiru, I believe those are the questions we need now to start asking. Ni nani hautapigia? Na ndio Njiru, if you remember some months ago, karibu maybe 8-9 months ago nilisema it's high time that this alternative government wasianze kutuambia one term kila saa. Tumeshachoka na hiyo one term. Let's now start seeing them telling us exactly what this government has done and how they will do it now. Unajua miezi imeanza kuisha, imebaki karibu 1 year plus. 1 year plus maybe 2 months, karibu 14 months to election. Now it's high time that waanze kutuambia now hii one term, wakikuja arambe at one term nani mwizi one term. We don't want to hear those now shenanigans. Tumesisikia for so long. Let's now start having issue based. Ukienda kama ni western, the way niliona wakisema waseme hapa western ni nini imechukuliwa. Kama mnasema Kaongo ni muongo ama ni mwizi, show them what Kasongo has done to that region. In nini the way he has affected the livelihood of that region. Then people unajua wataishika na ile uchungu ndio waone. Wacha waende waseme imagine huyu jamaa alikufa hapa Jironga, alikufa juu ya nini? Alikuwa anataka vile walikuwa nasema ati alikuwa anataka ku mine sijui ni gold ama ni nini huko. Aambie huyu jamaa alikufa because alikuwa anataka hii gold. Hii gold inataka kunyakuliwa kutoka kwenu. Ama hii miwani yani the sugar industry simechukuliwa na watu na ABCDD. Let them give this region ama these individuals whatever the government has done and the way it has affected them. Yenye waendelee. I like the way we have already spoken to them and we have started seeing them giving those things. Wacha waambie kama ni budget yenye ilitoka. Ati ukituma pesa yako kwenda kwa mama yako kwa mgonjwa mahali, ati you are going to be taxed. Hapa kuna taxation yenye imewekwa ndani, imefichwa hapo ndani. How is it? Let them explain to these people because pesa inatumwa. Unamwambia mama, usifikiri umetumiwa 1000 hapa, mtoto wako alikuwa anakutumia 1000. Hii pesa ingekuja mingi. Hii pesa ungetumiwa ingekuwa mingi sana. But hapa ndani pesa zenye zimekatwa yenye hata uwezi kujua ni nini. Wewe ulikuwa unaomba 1000 but mtoto wako ametumia pesa nyingi kukutumia wewe. Hii pesa ametumia pesa mingi kukutumia, hata ingekuwa more than 1000. Let them explain exactly the way this wamamas huko sharks they can understand how this taxation is affecting them. Hata kama kuna hiyo kwa M-Pesa ama wakienda kununua kitu kama ni sukari, umeenda kununua hii sukari, kuna percentage yenye imewekwa ndani hii sukari. There is a way hii sukari ingekuwa this amount. Hii fuel yenye imewekwa, hii taxation yenye imewekwa kwa fuel, unaona matatu walikuwa na matatu wako kwa wanapiga vita juu ya ABCD, but kuna taxation yenye imewekwa kwa fuel. Hii fuel hata kama sio ya M-Pesa, wewe utumie M-Pesa, kuna njia inaku affect. Let them just explain to them in a layman's language. Watu waanze kuona sasa, kumbe exactly this is what happening. It's happening to us here. Huku watu waanze ku understand. And it's high time that watu sio lazima kila mtu aongee. Sio lazima kila mtu aongee. If they have about 5-10 stopovers, sio lazima kila mtu aongee. Kwa hiyo let them give maybe some specific people wanaongea hapa, wakifika mbele mwingine anaongea, and let them give them the issues they are going to talk about. Kama ni Muturi anataka kuongea maneno ya legal shenanigans, aenda anaongea huko. Kama ni Rigathi anataka kuongea maneno ya wizi, aongee hivi. And Njiru, I'm waiting the moment Rigathi atasema hii kura ya 2022 ilifanyiwa ukarabati na this is how they did it. I believe that will break the camel's back. That is the moment watu watakasirika, aseme we know what happened, I know what happened and I can explain, ama hata kama sita explain, but hizi kura hatukushinda Raila. The moment atasema hivyo, then watu watakasirika na all of them watasema, so that people understand hizi kura sitaibu aje. You know, you need to tell us hizi kura sitaibu aje. Wakina Matiang'i wanasema wamechunga mtihani na hii kuibwa, but they need to tell people how. Hii mtihani inaibiwa aje, inaibiwa hivi na hivi. This is how we are going to do it. I know Matiang'i did the same thing huko the by elections ya MCAs huko kwao, and alifaulu. aliziba every corner, but you see Kenya is big. Is he going to do the same thing? Atafanyaje? Lazima the same way alikuwa anaambia watu huko Kiambu, akasema wakati tutakutana na makamera tutakuwa tumeziweka kando, we will tell you how we are going to linda hizi kura. Those are the issues tunataka kujua. Kama asitaibiwa aje? We want to know how they are going to make sure. I don't believe in Jiro that Ruto is going to win this election, but he is going to steal. And if he's going to steal to win, then those are the things tunataka. Ndio nakwambia hii maneno ya one time iwachwe, tuanza kuambiwa sasa hapa ndio kura zinaibiwa hivi. This is how election is being stolen, and this is how we are going to guard it. Let them come with those strategies, wasikuje tuone how we can guard that.
Na wakiongea saa hizi Ruto ataanzia kuamend hizo methodologies mapema, wakianzia kusema Ruto ataiba hivi. Don't you think it is too early to explain your formulas?
But unajua ukishamwambia sasa ataanza kujua, hata akiamend ushaziba. You know, the moment unaanza kuambia watu na wanaendelea kuziba because let me say ni Kim's kits zitakuwa zinakuja maybe more than expected. Uambie watu saizi tunajua polling stations iko ni maybe 500,000 polling stations. Now we need 500 Kim's kits. Tunataka sihesabiwe, sionekane na wapi. Na kama there are 500 polling stations, tunataka tusijue saizi which ones. Siandikwe hapa kwa website, and practically kila mtu mwenye ako karibu na hii polling station aende paka huko, angalie kama kuna shule hii inaitwa hivi, kuna kitu inaitwa hivi, kuna kitu inaitwa hivi, so that we do it now. There are things which we need to do it now before they bring. Sasa wakisema ni 500,000 na there are 400,000, then hizi 100,000 ni za wapi? Unajua watakuwa wamesiba things like that because so walikuwa nasema some Kim's kits zilikuwa yani asikuwa na any center, asikuwa na specific places, but zilikuwa zinatuma results from unknown places. You remember those cases zenye alikuwa nasema kwa high court, alafu unaanza kuuliza nao, can you verify? Unajua that is not the time. Ukiambiwa can you verify ama can you bring them, hiyo petition ishaisha. Ukienda kutafuta, by the time unakuja 14 days imeisha. So it's high time waseme these are some of the things. They tell us exactly how it was stored and how they are going to cap it. I don't know whether Njiru you are getting me. So there are things which can be done now. Kama ni kuosha hiyo inaitwaje register, ioshe mapema, watu angalia. You saw the way agencies were doing it. Mimi sijai register, jina yangu ilikuwa huko na nimeambiwa nimepiga kura, and they went there wakaanza kusema hey, mimi jina yangu ilitoka wapi? Unaona IBC walianza kuogopa, wakaanza kusema okay, we are going to check, okay, kuna hizo errors, and that's why wakaanza kuleta another new method of now registering new if you voted some 10-20 years ago, you need to register again. You see things like those ones. Wakituambia that Eastern and is it Eastern nitwangaje huko Wajir na Turkana ati wanataka kuregister this kind of number of people. Watuambie washa register 5 million. We need practically to see these 5 millions ni nani. We can check kama ni ID zao, tuangalie hizi ID zao ni gani, and they can wanaenda. Unajua kama huko ukiniambia huko kwetu Shags, where I come from, na waseme kuna watu maybe 250 na jina zao zimewekwa huko, exactly we can know. Huko kwetu naweza jua huyu mtu, jina ya huyu mtu yenye iko hapa from this village of mine, hakuna mtu anaitwa hivi, because we know about 3-4 kilometers round, naweza jua kila mtu mwenye ako kwa hiyo place by name. So if we can do that scrutiny, I'm telling you, tunaweza jua hata huko mali wanataka kuongeza, wanasema tutajaza, tujue watajaza aje. If indeed they are going to bring the fake voters, those registers sipeleko huko, watu wapatiwe waanze kusema tunataka one by one. Tunataka kujua mtu mwenye anaitwa Njiru Mwaura ni nani hapa hii kijiji yetu hapa Mbere, sijui wote nini. Huyu mtu hatumjui, ametoka wapi na wapi, because sublocation imeandikwa na hivi na hivi. They can go direct to that place, yani wajue hapa kama ametoka hii kijiji ya hii, huyu mtu tunamjua. Kama ajulikani, alam itolewe. Alam ikitolewa, watu wataanza nduru huko. Nduru ikianza, nduru ingine kutoka Kisumu, nduru ingine kutoka Machakos, nduru ingine kutoka Mombasa. I'm telling you, IBC wataanza kushindwa what to do. I don't know whether Njiru I'm speaking some sense.
Yeah, that's fine.
So what I'm saying is it the right thing to do now? Some things to do now. Kama ni kuosha register, kama ni kujua those polling stations zenye zinaenda kufanyiwa saizi, tuziambiwe ni hizi na hizi. Siandiko hata kama ni kuwekwa kwa website na tuanze kuscrutinize iko wapi na wapi na wapi. Kama ni KIMS kits zitakuwa this amount of the number of KIMS kits zitakuwa wapi na wapi na wapi. This police station iko wapi? You remember tuliambiwanga kuna police station nyingine ilikuwa sijui ni huko Baringo. Signpost ilikuwa imewekwa tu huko kwa forest ati shule fulani. Hata mashule unajuanga wanapatia this capitation. Signpost imewekwa na hakuna huko ndani, watu wanajua hapana, hapa ndani hakunanga shule. So you remember those locals wakikuja wakisema tunajuanga kuna signpost hapa, kuna shule fulani hapa ndani, but hii ni gate iko hapa, na hii gate hata haijaifunguliwa, hata hatujaiona mtoto akiingia ndani ama mtu akitoka ndani ama akitoka nje. So hii shule kwani ina wanafunzi gani na hawezi ingia ndani? You remember the way hizo shule zilikuwa caught. Those are the things we are saying that they need to scrutinize and see. Yep, Chiru.
Yeah, hiyo ni sawa. Good. Sijui kama umeona timu ya Kongo ikiingia World Cup leo?
Kongo sinacheza sio leo, sinacheza za ngapi?
Hey, ukuona like they have wacha nikuonesha hiyo timu ya Kongo bana manze. I think nyinyi mnasemanga Wajaluo wanajua lifestyle. Wacha nikuonesha watu wanajua lifestyle. Sorry.
Alafu mbona Trump wenu anakataza Waafrika wasiende kurefu huko, sijui ati mta terrorist. Sio jamaa wenu na yeye.
Unajua hiyo, that is their internal politics, eh? Wacha nikuoneshe. Alafu nikuwekea hao vijana wanaitangwa WhatsApp uone how Congolese live.
But Congo is one of the richest
US green card without depending on an
employer to sponsor you. Nataka uone vile wameingia mpaka bana na machita nini.
There's a pathway specifically designed for people.
Well, the FIFA World Cup team from the Democratic Republic of Congo chose Houston as its base camp, and the team landed at Bush Intercontinental Airport this afternoon. And our McKenna Earnhardt is live outside the team's hotel. And McKenna, a lot of energy there this afternoon.
Caroline, it was so special and so fun. I'm actually here with the ambassador of Congo, Her Excellence Yvette Ngandu. So tell me, how are you feeling after 52 years to watch your team walk through these doors?
Well, it's been 50 plus years, as you've rightfully said. It's an amazing feeling. I wasn't even born when our country was able to play in the 1970s. It's an amazing feeling to be an ambassador in such a time as this, as they say commonly. We just welcomed them. They just arrived at their hotel. There was a big crowd waiting for them from the diaspora. People have come from near and far. And in spite of their busy schedule, people want to just show up. It's, the sports has an amazing power, which is unify people. No matter where you come from, no matter your challenges that you face in life, there is a certain subliminal power that sports brings forth, and I was happy to see it coming through. So it's one of those opportunities where it's worth paying, doing all sacrifices you need to do in order to see it happen. We're hoping that our team is going, and I'm pretty sure they're going to outsmart Portugal. So Portugal, watch out. So that's going to be on 17th of June. And then after that, they're heading to Mexico, and they're going to conclude in Atlanta against Uzbekistan, I believe.
Yes.
But I think we're on the up and up. I think 50 usually is a lucky number. We're hoping that this one will be a good one for us. And beyond that, hopefully New York for the finals.
Very exciting. Okay, one final question for you here. The outfits. Gosh, they're fabulous. The leopard, of course, that is the team name. Can you talk to us a little bit about the history of the leopard?
Well, the leopard itself has been with us throughout the ages. The DRC has always made it some sort of its symbolic animal. It's something that you can see even in our national logos, in the passports, etc. So it's not just the soccer team, it is very much part of our DNA and our fabric. And it speaks about the resilience of the country. As you know, whether lions or leopard live and evolve in very complex contexts, and that shows that spirit of resilience that is really innate in all of us. So we wanted to, I think the stylists behind their dressing wanted to showcase that spirit, that power that they have within them. And you've listened to the news lately about the eastern part of the
I'm going to cut you off real quick. The Democratic Republic of Congo, the team is making their way through IAH right now. We want to give you a chance to listen in. Wow. Isn't that just amazing? It gives me chills. This is a
Innocent, Congo ilifika Marekani mpaka kila mtu akachiri, mpaka TV people could not believe hii ni ile Congo inasemangwa vibaya sana. Waliingia hata venye Fransa hawakuingia. I hope they win because watu bwana, like they presented the real elegance which you cannot see it even with the Portuguese or French or Brazil.
And I'm wondering, I'm seeing some white people there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Siko hivyo, si unajua, kwani hujui siku hizi pia wazungu wamejua kuchora. If you come from France or Switzerland na hujaitwa kwa squad,
unakimbia play
na unatafuta sasa nchi ya Kiafrika ile ambayo unaweza enda huko. So there are some white guys in Congo, there are some white guys in several teams in Africa. So hiyo ndio concept sahi, because they have also seen you can look like somebody like even huyu jamaa anachezea Morocco, Brahim Diaz. Brahim Diaz is a French Morocco, not French, in Spaniard Moroccan, but Spain hawana haja na Morocco anamwambia boss kuja. Si unajua any person ambaye Europeans they don't want. Unajua ukikuja Africa unapewa namba vibaya sana.
Yeah, of course. Let me hope that Africa this time round also will go far. You know,
Yeah, of
last
course, Africa will go far because pia tuko na isipokuwa tu South Africa imeanza ujinga, imeanza vibaya.
haikuanza vibaya. By the way, it played well. Ni ile tu I think hawakuwa na luck na hizo ma red cards zikafanya, but they played good football. I remember South Africa. When was that? When they hosted
2010.
the 2010.
2010.
They had a very nice team. Hata hii niliona walicheza. Me, I watched it, niliona wakicheza vizuri, but
No, but there is a lot of hatred to them because of xenophobia.
I watched that. Yeah,
So,
what they're doing. But I know Algeria, Morocco, Nigeria is also a good team. Let's hope for the best, at least for Africa. Last time tulifika quarters, ama I remember when Morocco.
Ile kitu, the reason why one of the reason why people win in World Cup is the number of representation. For the first time in the tournament, tuko na timu 10. So 10 out of 48, that is close to 20%. But then tulikuanga na 5 out of 32. So
Sure.
we have more representation. So right now we should find an African team in semi-finals again. Yeah, we should find an African team in semi-finals. And I think pia ukiangalia the level in which Africans are playing ni kama uoga ya kucheza na timu za wazungu imeanzia kuisha.
But unajua the people hawa watu ndio wanachezanga huko. Ukiona kama ni Arsenal, kuna people from Africa. Ukienda Crystal Palace, ukienda Man U, ukienda these big teams, this is the African people, players who play for these big teams. I think hiyo woga ndio imeanza kuisha. Wakina Malez.
There used to be a time Mwafrika tu akiona Cristiano Ronaldo kwa team
anasema tumechapwa, but wanacheza na hao saizi huko kwa club. Wakina Mane si wanacheza na Cristiano. Mane wanacheza na Cristiano.
Anaisha bwana. Mwafrika ndio kusema nitatoboa bwana, huu beshte naonanga kwa TV akifunga mabao ndiye wameniwekea hapo.
Akiruka so akiingia but again, one of the things which makes these African countries siende far, there is also an extra player, number 12. Number 12 is very important. Au mashabiki, mkikuwa na mashabiki wazuri wenye napiga kelele kwa stadium, pia wanasaidia sana. But we have players. I've seen some of this hata DRC Congo, hiyo Congo.
Yeah, of course, the is doing good. And now this one befits the purpose. Can you imagine? Congo can easily qualify for the World Cup, a country which is suffering enormously. Yet Kenya hakuna kitu tunaweza fanya.
Lakini unajua tukicheza na Kenya vile tulisumbuana. Mpaka wakakuja kutufunga, sijui it was 3-1 ama ni the first time tulidraw.
Kenya is a waste of time in football. Wacha nikuoneshe hii lifestyle ya watu wa Congo ili uenjoy. Nataka uone how Congolese, the reason why Congolese succeed. Hata kama una kitu naishi kama mimi.
Welcome to Kinshasa in the Democratic Republic of Congo, or the DRC. This country is known as the richest and the poorest country in the entire world. Richest because it has so many natural resources. We're talking gold, diamonds, cobalt, you name it, it's here. And also the Congo River, the mighty Congo River, if it could be harnessed, could power the entirety of Africa. But despite all this, the people have very little. But there's a group here called the Society of Elegant People and Ambience Makers, and they make a full-time living dressing fresh. Let's meet a local celebrity.
Jiru umeenda wapi strip?
Voici donc cette chaussure, c'est Ngando, crocodile. Ça sort dans l'eau et venir dans la terre. Donc c'est trop cher. Ok, bonjour tout le monde, je me présente étant que le président de tous les sapeurs congolais. Je suis congolais, je suis Ekeko Monument, donc c'est-à-dire je suis Stati. Tout le monde m'appelle dans leur nom qu'il veut. Ah champion, ah léopard, ah Mukonza Bilamba. Donc je suis le seigneur des habits, Ekeko Monument vivant. Premièrement, la sapologie, la sape, c'est biblique. C'est vraiment biblique parce que la sape, c'est dans la Bible. Tu vois, quand El Shaddai a créé sa terre, l'homme était nu. C'est là où la sape a commencé. Genèse 3, verset 21. El Shaddai n'a pas voulu voir la nudité de l'homme après avoir le péché d'Adam. Un sapeur, il faut rester toujours avec l'attitude. Tu vois comme je suis comme ça. Je te regarde comme si je ne te regarde pas. Toi, tu vois que je te regarde, mais je ne te regarde pas. Je regarde le mur. Tu vois?
Interview complete. Oh, I have to touch. Again?
Quantité dit, ne blague pas avec les habits. Moi, je ne blague pas avec les habits. Les habits, mes connus.
I know clothes, the clothes know me. So we're going to see how well he knows clothes because behind that door is his wardrobe. We're going to do a little tour. SAP, or Sapology, is an abbreviation of the Society of Ambience Makers and Elegant People. It's a religion and subculture born here in Kinshasa and the neighboring city of Brazzaville. Besides sapeurs, some also call these people the Congo dandies. Clothing brands mean everything to a sapeur. Ekeko invites me into his bedroom/closet to show me some of the highlights.
Toujours. Et ça, c'est Dolce Gabbana.
It's white or silver, right?
Un sapeur ne peut pas porter les habits sales. Dans l'emballage, toujours. C'est Dolce Gabbana.
Dolce & Gabbana.
Dolce Gabbana.
No joke. These are, I gotta say, these are very nice clothes.
C'est un chapeau H&M. Ça, c'est H&M. H&M.
H&M.
H&M.
Yeah. Another quality brand.
Ça, c'est Zara.
Zara.
C'est 4 lettres comme Sida.
Zara.
Maybe innocent kukuelezea kwa wale waelewi. In Congo unakuta mtu ako na suti ya 1 million na ako kwa nyumba ya matope.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've seen. Lebo, ako na lebo. Ako na nguo imetoka wapi? Lakini nyumba
mbona kuna wapi? Yaani hiyo nguo inaweza jenga hiyo nyumba na yumbakishia change. So that's what I'm saying. So when you see Congo doing it even in the US with that elegance, it is their lifestyle. So hawa ni wale watu ambao wanasema kuishi ni hapa duniani. Tuache mambo.
4 letters like HIV. Like HIV is 3 letters, my friend. HIV for in French is sida.
Okay, we're off the rails a bit. Ekeko says his wife is totally cool with him spending so much money on clothes, but I wanted to double check.
Bon, abinisumbuake pas tellement parce que minajua tu ye ni mtu kazi yake ni manguo. Manake baby natuvika, kutulisha na kutulipia manyumba inatokea parti ile manguo unavala ili kazi yake tu ni manguo.
Oh, seriously? So Ekeko, your husband, supports the whole family with his sapeur attitude. What do you think of his clothes? Are all of his clothes nice, or you like some more than others?
Binakuwaka nafabi sinema siku ingine ndio mavala masapi ingine na kwasa majipe, mingine na kwasa majipe, mingine na kwasa ensemble tu ya maveste. unasema mingine unasema amsipendi uvale hivi, vala kwanza hivi. Mais biote tumeona njo matai yake biote na valaka vinatubaki tu bien.
So he says, she says everything.
He looks good in everything.
It's good in everything.
Akeka wants to take me to one of his favorite places to shop, to show me the fancier side of Kinshasa. I'm learning quickly that Akeko, the living monument, is a strange guy to hang out with.
Ici, c'est les habits. Ça, c'est mon chino. C'est trop cher. C'est trop cher. C'est Gianni Versace. Gianni Versace. Ça, c'est pas pour les petits enfants. Un parcelle à Montréal. C'est pas pour les petits enfants.
I'm a little overwhelmed right now. This is the most intense shopping I've done in my entire life.
Tu cherches dans l'océan et tu pêches les baleines. Donc aujourd'hui, mon ami, il est devenu aussi sa père, mais je vais te baptiser.
I'll be baptized into sapology. So we proceed to try on some clothes. Akeko gets an orange bedazzled suit.
Yoshi Yamamoto. C'est trop cher.
He gets some pretty fresh pants and some crocodile skin shoes. He's so excited that he runs into traffic.
What mark will you leave on the world? At the Los Angeles Film School, we
So we're in the middle of Kinshasa traffic right now, doing a street performance, I think. Not sure what to do. That's gonna fit. We need the touch? Yeah. We have to. It's not gonna come into me. Dude, come on. Eventually, we get him back in the shop. Think of one video in the past, guys. I've worn fancy clothes. There are none.
Tu deviendras le meilleur sapeur du monde à la prochaine. On tape comme ça, regarde. Okay. C'est les chaussures qui chantent pour lui. Aujourd'hui, le monde entier, regarde comme les chaussures chantent. Dolce Gabbana. C'est Dolce Gabbana. Aujourd'hui, je fais les bâtiments sapeurs.
It fits. Yeah. It fits like Cinderella's slipper.
Il est devenu sapeur.
Il est devenu sapeur. Il est devenu sapeur. Il est devenu sapeur. Il est devenu sapeur. All right. I've been soaked in the ceremonial waters of sap, which is good because the next day I'll be joining Akeko and his crew on the streets of Kinshasa. Let's meet the crew.
Innocent, huyo jamaa unamuona hapo hivi amevalia vitu mzima. Amevalia vitu.
Ndio huyu jamaa
No, there is a group of Congolese who behave that way. Like they don't have anything, pesa yake yote anapeleka kwa manguo. Si unasikia hata bibi akisema?
Hata umeona nyumba yenye naishi iko aje, curtains iko aje.
I can tell you Innocent, hiyo nguo hujainunua nguo kama hii.
But do you know even in Kenya, some of these clothes inaletwa Kenya, si unaona watu wakivaa wanasema hii ni Congolese hata.
So wacha jamaa malizie.
But
appropriation culturelle. Bamvoitité.
I pull a couple of the sappers over to the side for a quick chat. Here's Mama Africa.
Po na ngai sap en tout cas na sepelaka nango po eza na benga ngo eza musala na ngai ya sapologie na sepelaka nango makasi so nazo bimba na kati ya balabala ba mama bana mikie en tout cas ba sepelaka babi ete mona mwasi openza en tout cas alataka kitoko.
And one of the original four who started the whole sapology religion, Contrabass.
I really liked how you were dancing.
Yes, I dance very well. I dance very well.
Yeah, you do.
Because I'm a big choreographer. I'm a master choreographer.
You teach choreography.
Yes, I teach choreography. I teach choreography. I teach choreography in the big orchestra. I don't teach choreography in the smallest orchestra. No, the big orchestra. I am the best. I am best in the world. Mais tous les enfants qui sont venus après sont passés au-dessus, alors que l'original, I'm the best in the world.
Well, there you go.
Anyway,
Sap.
Anyway,
Clothing, style, confidence, swagger, ambience, all of it. And this man right here has got 2 giant handfuls of it.
and if I meet you, I will beat you.
All right, we have arrived at the spot. Je m'inquiète un peu de danser. This is, I'm not quite sure if I look good or ridiculous. I think I look ridiculous. And I'm not sure if you saw my shoes yet. It's got silver pointed studs. It's got a jaguar or leopard face, and it's got leopard skin.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go make a fool out of ourselves. And then we hit the streets. What you're listening to right now, it's the official song of SAP.
Double casquette. Makonda da Silva au même cadi garde-robe. Martige Kudimana. Karoka Kunabuta Washington, grand pays imbécile ya Bilamba.
Each of the crew members has their own unique personality, their own strut, their own tricks, and their own unique way to stop traffic.
I run a podcast solo. No producer, no editor, no tech skills, just Riverside. I get high
All right. It's a spectacle. When I asked about it, I thought we were going to be on a side street, not on the main street in the middle of the traffic.
Anyway, Bwana Innocent, umeona, you have seen the lifestyle of Congolese. So nyinyi mnasemanga Luopian. These are the real Congopians now. Or forget about the Luopians in Kenya. hawajafika hii level.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly. I
Congolese
love
they are on the league of their own. They don't live in this world.
but hizo nguo nazo bana. Yeah. Yeah.
No. That is Congolese for you. So
Yeah, ndio nasema hiyo culture yao ni it's deadly. I think watu wa Kenya tukivaa hivi hapa Kenya tuanze kupita kila mtu ata comedians watakuwa wametuchukua kila kitu. Anyway, it's good or whatever they are doing.
Mimi
So what we are saying,
nilisikiliza mwingine akisema amenunua nguo ya 10,000 USD dollars. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that even their capital city, ukiangalia the way it is na streets zao haibambi. It's not a country you love to go and visit. Ukiangalia the way hata imepangwa ama nini, and from the way we hear that this is the richest country in Africa ama sijui in the world with all the diamonds and minerals, you wonder mbona who is their president? Hata nataka kujua ndio. Yaani hizi pesa wanachukuanga wapi?
Anaitwa Tshisekedi.
Oh yeah. Hizi pesa wanachukuanga wapi? Hizi pesa wanachukuanga wapi? They cannot even, unaona street zao ni ukiangalia tu ni kama zile za Lamu huko, zile za kitambo. It is not a city unaweza kusikia.
Their largest city is smaller than Thika.
Hiyo Kinshasa.
Yeah, Kinshasa is not because you know Kinshasa they don't have extremely tall structures like Nairobi. You see, like though you see Nairobi 30 stories, 20 stories. Kinshasa is a moderately small town with low level, tunazitanga low-rise building.
Okay.
Nyumba kubwa sana Kinshasa ni ghorofa 5, ghorofa 6. Hiyo ndio minara huko.
So it means these people don't invest in infrastructures.
No, they have been in the annals of war for forever, man. Wangeinvest ngapi? These are the same people ambao walikuwa nakatwa mikono na King Leopold. Are you forgetting? King Leopold killed 15 million of them.
Huh? No wonder. Oh, and they keep on fighting.
That Congo is still 100 million people after 15 million dead in the 20s and the 40s.
Anyway, watu wenye wamebarikiwa na some of these things ndio hawezi kutumia. I don't know, Kenya tukisipata ama watu watasiiba zote waende nazo.
No, ile story iko ni ndio unasikianga in this life. Mungu akikupea mali, omba akili. It is like a beautiful lady. Mungu ape msichana mwili mzuri. Alafu huyo msichana akuwe ana akili. You know what I mean?
Usikwase Ann, sijui Ann kama ako kwa comment section. Usikwase Ann.
We always say wacha mbudi akuja amsaidie. Sasa tunasikianga wakisema wanasemanga a beautiful girl. A beautiful girl. Without brains. What suffers? End of alama za dukuduku.
Alex atatumalizia. Alex atatumalizia hapo mali umefika.
Yeah, so anyway, at times if unaona taifa lolote lile, and by this is why nations die. Nations die because some people in that country, people have no brains. Brain is the most important societal savior. akili hata unaona hata wewe innocent sahi ukakosa akili. Actually this thing which we say it does not exist, this principle, this is one of the most natural selection. Why you when animals are choosing mate wacha tu niseme tu hata kama mutanikasirikia. You know, one of the principle of hata kwa wanyama Bwana Innocent, na nikisema hii na inasema with a lot of authority. I have heard of a story where like for lions, lioness are very particular when they are choosing mating partners. Kuna malion zinakaa forever without having a mating partner because lioness ana monitor tu hivi tu, anasema hii ni bure. I don't know kama umenielewa Innocent. Lioness tu ana monitor within a pride. Sijui kama inaitwa pride of lion. Lioness ana monitor, anachukua ile iko na misuri and the good looking one. Na hakuna kuhurumiwa. Kama wewe if you do not possess those good qualities which the lioness want, you will not become a mating partner. Wewe utakaa hapo forever in celibacy. In the lion's world, it is very brutal, by the way. In the lion world, it's very brutal. It is the only place where there is no pity. There are some lions which stay forever without mating. Without mating. Na zingine zinashindia hiyo mambo.
Okay. I hear you, Doctor.
No, it's the principle of the world. So you unakuta like that principle is very selective. It's very selective. Sasa ikikuja kwa binadamu sasa ikifika kwa binadamu sasa wanaangalia wallet. Maybe long ago walikuwa wanaangalia misuli, lakini siku hizi ukikuwa na misuli na hata una pesa, it doesn't add a lot of value. Lakini uko na pesa na wewe ni mjinga, bado you are still competitive now in the world of people now. So meaning that actually people have degraded more than animals, because animals will never choose a fool. For your information, Innocent, animals will never choose a fool within the animal kingdom as a mating partner, but human beings will choose a fool as long as he has money as a mating partner. So that's the difference between animals and people. Animals are a bit more selective. Wanyama kuna vitu mingi sana, including chura, tadpole. Tadpole will not just made for the sake. It will not be made for the sake. Wanyama wanaangalia sana, like kwa wanyama it is more hard to have a mating partner. For human beings, we are a bit subjective. Huyu akona do. That is why like somebody like Sudi, as a fool as he is, you will be shocked of the mating partners he has. Ideologically. Sina la kusema. I was just explaining to you what happened in the real world. So hata hawa wasape hawa, you rarely meet any one of them without a wife. Hawa wasape, because they look appealing. At one time in Kenya nilikuwa nimesikia, there was a time when I was hearing people saying ati mwanaume ni kiatu. I don't know if that is still the explanation. Innocent, is mwanaume still kiatu? Or ama ni kiatu together with the wallet? Long time ago it used to be mwanaume ni kiatu. Innocent, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Nowadays it's not kiatu. Mwanaume ni mfuko bana. Mwanaume ni mfuko.
Innocent, you must be suffering. Ukisikia unapeana hiyo testimony.
Mwanaume ni aupo akina Anna akina Valerie wasikii hizo. Mwanaume ni pesa. Ukikuwa na pesa unaweza pata, the way you said, you have the money, you can have any woman you want in life. There's this singer mwenye wanasemanga ati ananga sura.
No, see, wacha nikuoneshe huyo mchezaji bwana. Wewe unajua jamaa mwingine alikuwa mchezaji wa Senegal bwana. Hebu nikuoneshe huyo jamaa. I wish you can see his wife bwana. Lakini kwa nasema kananga, he was the ugliest footballer. Wacha nikuoneshe huyo jamaa bwana. He used to be called, I think, somebody, yeah, Diata. Alikuwa anaitwa Keprin Diata. Wacha nikuoneshe yeye bwana. Lakini wale warembo walikuwa na wao bwana, hata wewe utoboi. Let me show you Diata. When he went to Europe, so unajua ile wakati anaenda trial Europe. Jamaa anaenda Europe, hakuna mtu anataka story yake, ndiye huyo Diata. Kila mtu watu walikuwa nasema he is ugly. Diata, he is ugly. Nakwambia huyu jamaa within 2 years wale warembo walikuwa na wao. Hata Cristiano wangepata. Cristiano nakwambia hivi ni Cristiano wangepata. Huyu Diata, alikuwa anaitwa Diata, huyu Diata. He became a scandalous man in France and Spain. So kijana ameenda, he is okay. No. Akesha, me, I'm saying the way he had been rated when he is doing trials to go and play in Europe. Even the media said he is very ugly. No one wanted to interact with him. 2 years down the line, yeye ndiye alikuanga kusema huyu alikuwa anaitwa Keprin Diata. So it happens that way. Si hata Balotelli. Si Balotelli alijaza ndege na warembo. Ama Innocent tu kusikia story?
Yeah.
Huh? You know, Balotelli has you know, these people are paid per week, So that time the Balotelli is being paid $100,000 per week, That's around 100,000 is around 120. No, 100,000 is 12 million. So Balotelli is being paid 12 million per week. So Balotelli hajapatana na pesa kama hiyo tena. And then, you know, Balotelli was he was a lavish guy. Si Balotelli tu ametafuta agent akamwambia, wewe nitafutie ndege na unijazie warembo ulete. Man. I don't know what disturbs men when they get a lot of money. So, and of course, agent akajaza ndege, ikajazwa warembo, and Balotelli flew with those girls from Iran all the way to, I think, somewhere in Scotland. Anatembea tu na watu wakiwa kwa ndege. What was happening kwa ndege hatujui, but he flew with an aeroplane with 16 girls. So it happens. So inaitwa lavish life.
Anakana Dr. Njiru ulifanya thesis yako on that.
Mbona?
You did your thesis on that.
No, what I usually do is that see you follow the things which are happening in the world, unasikia. Because like mtu kama Balotelli, I know other than discipline pia alimalizwa na warembo. Unajua ni vitu tunajua. Si ni kama vile hata Emmanuel Ebo. Ama hata story ya Emmanuel Ebo. So hata story ya Emmanuel Ebo, hata kama wewe ni mfuasi wa Arsenal, unataka kuniambia ujue story ya Ebo?
Mimi ni wa Man U.
Okay, sawa. Najua unaweza ruka Arsenal sahi. Okay, so do you remember Emmanuel Ebo?
Yeah, I know. what happened to him, his downfall.
Especially many black men, when they go to Europe and they get a lot of money, 80% of them, they are coming down crumbling. Are you aware of that? Yeah, they are coming. The only person that may survive ni Hakimi. Naye Hakimi ni ujanja. Hakimi was almost losing everything because the girlfriend wanted to divorce him, and the girlfriend is claiming half of his wealth. Only that nayo utajiri ya Hakimi is being registered by the name of the mother. So when Hakimi is being taken to the divorce court, it now comes to happen that the girl is the one who is supposed to pay Hakimi. And then now the girl is there trying to negotiate with Hakimi. It's equal serious. So our black guys are not doing, but it is a disease of black men, Bwana Innocent.
Yeah, sure.
Outreach black men, they always want to marry white girls. I don't know why.
Are you one of the statistics?
Huh?
Are you one of the statistics?
I'm not saying I'm one of the statistics. I'm telling you
I'm just kidding.
No, because it is part of epitomity. It's like nikama Mujaluo. The way I hear from the Luo community that if you are a rich Luo guy, you have to marry a light girl. A light girl, like I hear that it's a phenomenon within their society. Kama uko na pesa lazima itabidi utafute msichana light. Msichana yellow. Wacha nitumie jina ili akina Anne waelewe. Lazima like for their culture you have to look for a yellowish girl. So that has been their culture for so long. So it is part of a societal class. Unless you have a yellow girl, wewe bado hujafika the epitomity level of life. So and that is what is happening that is what happens with the black men. May they be the ones who are in NBA, or the ones who are doing golf, or the ones who are doing soccer. The epitomity of black domination is having a white girl. Until you have a white girl, they feel bad, and this white girl, they will not accept them unless because they know, because to them association is not permanent. So at the end of the day, part of the resources will go to you. Ona hata huyu jamaa anaitwa Hamilton. Hamilton amechukua huyu demu mzungu ameshindwa na watu. Ama Innocent una habari?
Yeah, najua.
Lakini pia wanaume ujaribu bwana. I had the principle of life. I had the principle of life is kuchukua kile kimeshinda mwingine. Yes, that is the complexity of life, but it's a very bad complexity. But there are things which are happening. But if you look at, by the way, if you look globally, if you look like relationship between white girls and white guys, and then white girls and white men, you really not you meet a lot of clash between black and white after some time. I don't know why, but our gents are really suffering. I can tell you, Innocent, because it is something which I have followed closely. Especially, me, I have followed so many footballers. Nitakuja hapa niwatajie. I have so many countless footballers who they have ended up being fugitives. it recently happened to Kante as well. Sijui naye Kante alijipanga aje. Kante, the player
Kante
of
wa France.
Yes.
Are
He is
you serious? Kante is one of the
Wacha nikuelezee sasa story ya
respected.
wacha nikuelezee sasa story ya Kante sasa, the most humble player. Kante is married to Judelita. You can Google Judelita. Judelita was the wife of the youth of a guy who used to be called Jibril Cisse, who at one time played for Liverpool. Kama ulianzia kuona football kitambo, you should be knowing of a guy who used to be called Jibril Cisse. At one time he played for France. Do you know Jibril Cisse?
Yeah, I know him.
Let me show you. Wacha itabidi nikuonesha hawa watu hili because this story is serious. Let me show you Jibril Cisse. Where is Cisse? Let me show you. Na nikuonesha Judy. So let me show you Judelita first of all. Anaitwa anaitwa Judelitro, not Rita, Judelitro. Anaitwa Judelitro. Judelitro Cisse. Judelitro Cisse ndiye huyu. Wacha nikuonesha wao. So but Cisse is a guy at advanced age. Ndiyo hawa. So huyu ndiye Cisse. Ndiye huyo. Cisse na Rita ndiye huyo sasa. So that is Cisse and Rita now. So when Cisse is playing for France, and you need to know that Cisse is from Senegal. Ni vile alienda kuchezea France. So Cisse, Jibril Cisse, and also he played for Liverpool. He has married this Judelita. So Judelita is in either 52 or 54. And in around 2017, hapo tulikuwa tunaenda World Cup ya 2018, when France became very popular, and when Kante is also playing for Leicester, and he has become very popular. That time Kante is in 27, 26. That time he has not gone to Chelsea because he is coming from Leicester to Chelsea. This Judelita now anakutana na mtoto wa miaka 27, and that time she is in her 40s. And now she is now the former wife of Jibril Cisse, who played with akina Ronaldo. Sio Ronaldo yu wa kwanza, yule Ronaldo, sio Ronaldo wa pili, Ronaldo wa kwanza. Meaning that he is an advanced guy. He is in his 50s now. So Kante akaoa huyu Rita. Quite an advanced girl. So akaoa huyu Rita, then kikaumania juu. Kikaumania juu. So we have some of these people who their work is to look for these prosperous black guys. Unatafuta, anaachana na huyo, anachua pesa, anaenda anatafuta mwingine, because you know black men have really excelled in athletics, in sports. You know that, Bwana Innocent, right? Yeah, you know very well. Black men are doing astronomically well in sports. I saw somebody trying to enumerate, like, do you know that even in the World Cup, majority of representation is black men? Innocent, are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Because black men are everywhere. You are seeing black men playing for Asia. There are black men in Africa. There are black men in Europe, and there are black men in America. So they everywhere. So you see, like, and these black men who are now becoming very successful, and at the close proximity of a very successful young man with a lot of money. And the majority of these footballers, they do not go to school. So to some extent, they are not able to do wisdom interrogation. So si wajanja sana, unanielewa Bwana Innocent, because money meets you and you don't have a lot of information. Many of them wanajifunzaga tu lugha peke yake. So they have not gone to school. So they are not people who can be able to interrogate issues. So that's where to some extent they meet themselves in this quagmire. either you are meeting yourself with a very advanced girl who is more knowledgeable than you, ama unakutana na dem ambaye ashaumiza mwingine. You can imagine sasa somebody like Hamilton is dealing with somebody who has been dealing with Ye. Munamwitanga Ye. Innocent, do you know Ye?
Yeah.
You know Ye?
Yeah.
So you can imagine you are dealing with a girl with experience. You are dealing with a girl who has already defranchised the Ye. Huh? Na wewe unasema utatoboa hapo. You can imagine. Can you tell Acacia yeye ni nani? Tuache kumfrotisha sana. Ye. Wacha nimtafutie jina ya ye yote. Si alijipea hiyo jina. Ye ni Kanye West. So you can imagine ni kama wewe sasa nani Bwana Innocent unasema sasa unataka kudeal na demu ya Kanye West. Mtu ameonyesha Kanye West kivumbi mtu amekulisha Kanye West vumbi, alafu unasema yes guy, here I am. Lewis Hamilton, we wish you well, lakini haya time will tell. Ile kitu utasikia hapo Innocent hata kichwa itaruka.
Ya nani ya Kanti ama
No, I'm saying Lewis Hamilton huyo wa Formula 1. Huyo by the time anamalizana na Kim Kardashian. Hata Formula 1 ishang'olewa miguu.
Okay.
Usifikirie Kim Kardashian ameenda hapo kucheka. Kim Kardashian ako wera.
Ameenda kwa harvest.
Seriously. Kim Kardashian will be there like amemwekea calorimeter. In 1 or 2 years. Unajua sasa in 1 or 2 years now she can demand for divorce and have the wealth. Unafikiria hiyo mambo utawezana? Hebu nisikia bila tunasema anasema hapa ati Yosef anasema amekuwa na wao ati kinaria ati low class noma ati hamada ndio shida. Leo naona watu wamechangamuka mbaya.
Amejulia wapi ati mama yake ndio noma.
Sinaona Yosef anajua mambo ya ndani bana. Unajua Yosef ako somewhere here bana. So
hebu Yosef atuambie vizuri.
Ama maybe pengine Yosef ndiye anadeal na Khloe Kardashian. Unajua pia kuna mwingine gold digger hapo anaitwa Khloe Kardashian. Mnoma. Huyo nasikia sasa ndiye the improved version of Kim Kardashian. Umesikia Innocent? Kuna Kim Kardashian na sasa kuna sister yake. Kuna mwingine kuna sister yake sasa who is the improved version. Maybe pengine huyo ndiye Yosef ako naye. You don't know.
Oh. Yosef.
Yosef, are you dealing with the Kardashians bana? Wewe inakaa utakuwa in-law nani very soon utakuwa in-law wa Lewis Hamilton. Uko na Formula 1 ama unatembea kama mahio? Unaona watu wamejenga majina bana. Yosef, kwanza jenga jina bana. Si usikii finally, si ulisikia Kim alisema ye ni mwenda wazimu wakati wanaachana, ama hukusikia bwana Innocent? Alisema this guy, alafu sasa naye hii akaendea mrembo mwingine hapo lakini kweli yenyewe, kwani hawa watu ni choices za wananga ama ni nini? What's wrong with this guy? Sasa ingine unaona yule mtu hawa watu wamechukua na hii dunia iko na watu warembo, yaani huu ndio umeona wacha niseme hii dunia iko na watu wameumbika. Saa zingine these pop guys and footballers wanatuangushanga sana. Wacha nione vile watu wanasema ati tell me tell you, ati let me tell you. Hapana, thank God most Kenyan men date and marry. Sara ameanzia kusema nani ameenda. Sara ni vile Wakenya hawana choice na pia wamesota. Wangekuwa na pesa vizuri, wangekuwa hata wanahangaishwa huku nje. Just they should thank God for their poverty. Their poverty has really saved them. Unajua saa zingine it reaches a time when poverty becomes golden. Umaskini ndio inakuondoa kutoka kwa mashida zingine. Saa zingine msikuange mnatusi umaskini sana. Saa zingine umaskini is a blessing. Umaskini unaweza kuwa ndio umekufanya usipate ukimwi. Wewe unaona tu una kitu, lakini pengine Mungu angekupea vitu vizuri, wewe ungekuwa ruere. So Sara, hawa wetu ni kusota, waombe wapate pesa vizuri, uone kama watabaki. Even them they want light ones at the end of the day. You think they don't want Monaco ones and Helsinki ones, Helsinki and Copenhagen. As a man, my girlfriend is from Copenhagen. Mbona si hata Erekomodi anaendea? Si ama Erekomodi sio wenyu? Si hata Erekomodi anaendea, anamaliza anaendea. I saw Erekomodi with a Portuguese. Now this time around, I think he's having a Briton. Yeah, it's a present, man. I hear. Anyway, let me tell you the philosophy of black men and white women. Black men take white women as trophies. It's unfortunate, but that is the reality. So black men have, and they have also taken white girls as highly esteemed people compared to our regular women, which I think is not good. So I think there should be more information and more parameters to tell black people or African men that African women are as capable as those ones who they want to run for when they have money. Yes, they need to understand that, in fact, even African women can manage money better. I've seen many footballers who are having black women, and actually they are excelling very well. They are doing extremely well. Extremely well. Hakuna kelele mingi. Hakuna kelele mingi. Unajua Mwafrika amelearn art ya kukuwa na pesa anatulia. Lakini the other side they don't know how to be silent. Akule tu pole pole. So anapiga kelele zinapotea. Na nasikia siku hizi hazitaki kelele, inataka kama pesa iko, you show money respect. Yeah. So many of our black gents who have actually decided to settle with our black women, they have actually succeeded with many of them have not met themselves in that quagmire, which some of our brothers have met. Some of them wamepatana na kanyoni wang'ethe vibaya sana. Yote mna nakungoja on the other side, nakungoja on the other side. So let me see what Acacia is saying. No, Acacia, I have a lot of information about those things, so I don't think so. I would advise somebody, so mtu akiniona kwa kona, I can tell you pitia hapa, usipitia hapa, because I've seen people really getting destroyed. So yeah, I've seen people really, so you have to be extremely careful. I've said that because I don't know why many of our boys in athletics they are suffering a lot ikifika hiyo mambo, but they are good people in all races anyway. So sijasema ati our other people ati sio wazuri, so inategemea. Unaweza kutana na shaitani, so unaweza kutana, sijui kama mnakumbuka ile maombi, so unaweza kutana na shetani. So kama I advise you, so Joseph anasema he is ready to give and taken to the cleaners, they remember us. Wacha nione, I think in Europe it is worse, many African men with white women. Yeah, of course. No, ile kitu iko ni, I think this is my take, Sarah, and you take it with a lot of explanation, with a lot of courtesy. This is what happens for, if somebody does not respect order, they will not respect you. That's what I believe. So for me, I think extra femininity has also destroyed the way people perceive relationships. So if somebody does not respect order, they will not respect you. So that's all what I think. So that is the beginning of association. So ikifika ni history tunasema ati what men can do, a woman can do more. Well, that is the beginning of trouble. Yeah, of course ni maisha. So saa zingine inabidi tu upende, mashida utasolve na huko mbele. In any case, hakuna mtu amekaangwa. We have all lost. Hakuna mtu amekaangwa. Sisi wote we have our sour part, we have our bitter parts, all of us. So but the beauty is can I be able to swallow your bitter part? Shida, unajua kuna wengine their bitter part ni kama iliki ile Yesu alipewa akasema, unakumbuka that product which was given to Jesus during a crucifixion? So human beings have a bitter part, but if I cannot take your bitter part, so yeah. So anyway, nimewapea story ya kutosha sasa. Wacha niachane nazo. So I was just trying to give you a brief. I hope it has helped somebody, because I wouldn't want somebody to meet himself with a kanyoni wang'ethe. And you know the principle of this world ni watu hawana huruma na mtoto hawajazaa. That is the principle of this world. Yeah. So we used to say that in our local language. People do not have pity
for a kid they have not sired. I don't know what that one meant. So watu wana huruma na mtoto wajazaa. So huku duniani unafunzwa na ulimwengu. So huku duniani it's hakuna ati kuhurumiwa. Huku duniani ni you either use your brain or things go very very badly on you. So kwa hii dunia hakuna story ya kuambiwa kaa vizuri. Hapana. Duniani hakuna kuambiwa kaa vizuri. Duniani ni kupigwa kitu inaitwa character development. Unaenda kupeananga experience kama testimony pale kwa Kanyari. When I used to be this. Atenjiro, any thoughts on the kid who got 35 years? Hapo sijashika. Atenjiro, any thoughts on the kid who got 35 years? Huyo kijana alipata miaka 35 juu ya nini? Ama ni wale wa nini? Ni wale wa utumishi ama? Sasa kama amepewa miaka 35, si huyo atatoka pale akiwa amezeeka bwana? Huyo tu mimi badala tu ya unifunge miaka, I would have firing squad. I even heard in Russia people prefer to be killed. Jails are very complex. That 5 years lack of freedom. Can you imagine mtu kama mimi nimezoea kukuja kupiga story hapa. Alafu unaambiwa for the next 5 years will not do that. That 5 years is midlife. It's middle lifetime ya binadamu. That is total destruction of life. Oh, I didn't know. So, you know, kuna watu wengi sana hapa Marekani walifungwa wrongly, especially black guys. There was huyu kijana alikuwa anaitwa aje, that boy of Tennessee ambaye aliwekelewa ameua mtu. Sawa, Joseph, nakungojea. Leo wewe ndio utanifurahisha. Joseph, I'm waiting for you. Yeah, I'm waiting for you. So, wacha nitoe our diata now. So, wacha nirudi kwa kina Gachagua. Oh, he killed his teammate. Oh, yeah, that one. Kama aliua teammate hapo atoboi. That one is so bad. Yeah, unajua that's why saa zingine vitu zingine binadamu wanafanya they are so bad. Now, surely, why do you kill a teammate? Hata kama ni whichever the thing. So I think he should suffer. Yeah, so wacha tuweke akina waongee. Nimewapea story ya kutosha, so kesho nitakuja kuanalitia story ya World Cup. Nitakuja kuwapea history ya hizo timu zote. Yeah, nitakuja kuwapea history ya hizo timu zote. Yeah, before Morocco and Brazil tomorrow, I will come and explain to you. Sawa, Joseph, nakungoja. Yeah, nakungoja. So anyway, let's see what happened in Western. Gachagua hata anatoa makaratasi hapo anasoma. Yeah. He claimed self-defense. No, sometimes this self-defense is being overused. Sawa. She will be out when she is 50. What? That is if she will be able to fight depression, because unajua pia mtu akiwa kwa koti depression ni mingi. Yeah, not kwa koti. People get depressed. Haikuangi rahisi. If you will be able to fight depression and other things, other ailments.
Mnasemaje? Ate mnasemaje? Kabras mnasemaje? Harambee! Wewe Ruto, wewe Kasongo, wewe Kaongo, wewe Zakayo, wewe mwizi, wewe muuaji, wewe mtu ya kutenga, wewe mtu ya Singapore. Kasongo aende asiende? Kasongo aende asiende? Wangapi wanasema Kasongo aende, Kasongo aende, Kasongo aende? Bas, hiyo ndio maneno kila pahali. Pwani wanasema one term, pale Mlima, pale Masaini, pale Ukambani, pale Sete, na hapa West Kabras, na hapa West Kabras. Mko tayari kutembea safari pamoja? Mimi nimekuja kutangazia nyinyi, tumekubaliana na hao viongozi ya kwamba sisi ndio tuokoe Kenya. Tukae chini, tutoe kiongozi moja peke yake wa kupambana na William Ruto katika debe. Mnaunga hiyo mkono? Mnaunga mkono? Pia tunaomba viongozi wetu hapa magharibi muwaunge mkono, muongee lugha moja, muongee sauti moja, nyuma ya Eugene Wamalwa, nyuma ya Natembeya, nyuma ya Malala, musikizane, kura yetu yote ikuwe kwa debe moja. Mtafanya hivyo? Mtafanya hivyo? Mtafanya hivyo? Kwa hiyo nataka niwaki kumpangia vibaya sana. Kwanza mimi ninamkimbiza kama baisikeli ya kuibiwa. Umeona vile nimemsukuma? Analia kama panya imeshikwa na mtego. Anahangaika. Kasongo hangaishwe asihangaishwe? Hangaishwe asihangaishwe? Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kusema asante kwa kura mlipatia Bramwell. Nataka kusema asante kwa kuunga DCP mkono. Huyu kilio mnampangiaje? 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 Anatosha atoshi? Apewe asipewe? Ainuliwe asiinuliwe? Na ile mtu anaitwa Barasa, mtu ya Kasongo? Si Barasa ni mtu ya Kasongo? Barasa ni one term, si one term. Wangapi wanasema Barasa aende nyumbani, aende nyumbani, aende nyumbani? Asanteni sana, thank you.
Hoye Mulembe muri moyo mwehwele bakeni mwehwele mwamirikiji mwehwele Kalonzo mwehwele JB hembone hoka mahono muno ay mambo ni mawili. Kenya hii tuna miezi 12 imebaki, ni wa Julai tu tuingie mwaka wa kura. Hii kura inaenda kuwa either unasema unaokoa Kasongo ama unaokoa Kenya. Tumekuja kuuliza hapa, ninyi ni watu wa kuokoa Kenya ama kuokoa Kasongo? Kuokoa Kenya ama Kasongo? Kenya ama Kasongo? Kenya ama Kasongo? Hebu nione mikono unaosema tuokoe Kenya. Kuokoa Kenya tumeamua lazima sote tuungane. Vile mnakumbuka 1992 hatukuungana, Moi akatushinda. Mnakumbuka? 1997 upinzani ukagawanyika. 2002 tuliposhikana Kibaki na Wamalwa, hawa kina Kalonzo, tulimtoa hatukumtoa? Tuliunda serikali hatukuunda? Tumesema barabara ya 202 ndio barabara tunafuata huu mwaka ujao wa 2027. Sote tuungane tumpeleke nyumbani. Sawa sawa? Na ndio sababu mmeona nimetembea kule mlimani na huyu Rigiji. Kule mlima wote wamesema one term. Huyu Kalonzo tumetembea kwao Ukambani, Makueni, Machakos hadi Kitui. Wamesema ni one term. Tumekuwa Kisina, Matiang'i hadi kule Nyamira one term. Hadi Pwani. Leo tumekuja nyumbani tuwaulize watu wa nyumbani. Muko tayari mnasema twende one term? Kando na kuungana kitaifa lazima turudi nyumbani. Kama jamii ya Mlembe, nyumba zote 18 tuungane tuwe kitu kimoja. Ndio United Opposition tuko tayari kuungana na kitu kimoja. Mnakubali? Seneta wetu huyu Ososi na Sifuna na huyu nani Caleb Amisi, sisi tumewaambia waje tuungane tuunde serikali. Mnakubali tukitembee pamoja? Na mambo mengi tunaomba tutembee pamoja. Nataka wenzangu wasalimu, bado lakini niwashukuru sana kwa kura ya Malava. Mnajua tulisimama pamoja. Umoja uliodhihirishwa hapa Malava, huyu Kileo na Khalwale walikuwa wanapigana, lakini wakaungana tukasimama na Panyako. Mnakumbuka? Huyu jamaa Edi Kabusieka walikuwa wanapigana na Panyako, wakaweka tofauti kando, tukaungana tukawa kitu kimoja. Huo ndio mwendo tunataka twende, tuweke tofauti zetu kando, tutembee pamoja, tuseme Kasongo Pio Box wapi? Mnataka msikie Kalonzo Musyoka awaletee salamu. Karibu Your Excellency.
Hey, Kabras. Where's Kabras? Hapa ni Kabras. Natuma salamu zangu kwa Zakaria Demfo akiwa Kabras. Waluya wanapenda kutuma salamu sana. Mimi badala ya kutuma salamu nimejileta. Nani hapa naona Kalonzo live mara ya kwanza? Sisi ni timu ya kukomboa Kenya na tunashukuru kwamba nyinyi wa West Kabras mko mstari wa mbele kujiokoa na kukomboa Kenya. Kwa sababu ya usiku hatutaongea, ni vile tu tumekuja. Nataka nikisema wiper nipatie komboa Kenya. Wiper. Wiper. Nyinyi mko tayari kweli? Mko tayari? Kama uko tayari weka mkono juu. Msiogope mtu anaitwa Ruto. Tunajua anapanga kuiba kura, lakini tutamshinda mpaka ajui kabisa. Wakenya wameamua, hata huko Rift Valley kila mahali. Mimi na unjua nilikuwa na Raila miaka yote hiyo, sio? Hata Wajaluo wote, hata yule ndugu yake Raila mkubwa anasema tunataka power. Anasema power. Power ni inatokana na wananchi. Power bariki. Gharama ya maisha iko juu. Iko juu ama iko afadhali hapa? Huyu serikali.
Sawa, sema. Msimamo unaweza contribute. Nikusimamishia show.
Niambie ndugu yangu, kwema huko?
Namba vizuri. Namba vizuri. Ama hicho sio Kiswahili sanifu.
Ni Kiswahili si mbaya.
Unasemanga waambaje namba vizuri. Ama unajibuaje kuamba
Kabisa si vibaya maana ni Uswahili. Wewe si vibaya kwamba umesema namba vizuri.
Namba vizuri kama Acacia. Hata Acacia namba vizuri.
Bwana wewe, unajua leo umefanya favor sana bwana, na mpaka muda hii angalau tumehangaika. Nikifanya hivi nasema nimepata uhai, Njiru bado yupo, nikasema siondoke. Na mimi niseme yangu mawili ndio niondoke sasa. Uendelea kuitafuta kando. Wewe bwana, sometimes tukumbuke kama hivi na unachelewa kidogo. Wengine likipambazuka ndo tunapata chujio cha kuingia hapa, jamaa wameondoka, sasa tunabaki tunasononeka. Kwa hiyo la msingi kwanza ni hiyo video hiyo yenye umecheza hiyo, ndo nitazungumza nayo kidogo, kwamba hiyo kauli ya kuungana, hiyo ndio kauli nataka ienezwe na United Opposition yote wakitaka kufaulu kwa kweli. hiyo kauli ya muungano. Hiyo kauli naomba Mungu haswa iajalie haswa kusiwe na mgawanyiko wote ule. Maana hiyo ndio kauli yenye ushindi na ndio kauli ambayo itabeba uzito na ndio kauli ambayo Mungu ataweza kuinemesha haswa. Piga ua milioni 20, milioni 15 tutazitia mkononi this time around. Sina shaka na hilo kwamba hii itakuwa ni uchaguzi over 2002. Hii itakuwa ni double ya hiyo. So kwa kweli nimefurahika, maana ukiona mpaka usiku jamaa wanakipiga, basi waupige mwingi kama hivyo, wasipumzike. Hakuna kupumzika, wacha wakitoka hapo waingie kwingine mpaka hii kitu ijae masikioni kwa Wakenya vizuri. Kwa hiyo miezi yenye imebaki na huo muda wenye umebaki, basi kauli kwa kweli kakaangu Njiru, pasipo unafiki, kwa kuingia mashinani vizuri na wajilete wote pamoja sasa hivi. Hii kwamba wanaenda hawa peke yao, Matiang'i kwake, yule kwake, hii ishapitwa na wakati. Wao washatoa hili umoja, basi tukiwaona ni sawa, haswa kama mtu ataingia kwa jamii yake sawa, kidogo si vibaya, lakini mara nyingi tunataka tuwaone haswa wakizunguka the whole country wakiwa pamoja. Sifuna huyu nani, huu moto uwashwe na kauli iwe hiyo hiyo kwamba sisi tumeungana, lengo ni hili. Na kwa kweli bila shaka italeta tija. Ndugu yangu Njiru, haswa itatupa matumaini kama Wakenya kwamba twendako piga ua hata kuwe nini, lakini tunajua kwamba hakika ushindi wetu utakuwa ni wa kishindo mno, kwa sababu wananchi all over the country kwa kweli wao wako one tap. Kilichobaki ni viongozi tu ndio ambao wako mstari wa mbele kuweza kuwarai wananchi wakubali two term. So kwa huo muda ambao umekuwa na two term haijajiuza, I don't think whether kwa muda uliobaki itajiuza zaidi. Kwa hiyo wakaze kamba zaidi, yani kwa kweli kabisa, all rallies usiku mchana nini, lakini kwa umoja kabisa, kwamba uonyeshe ule strongness yao kwamba wameamua wao ni kitu kimoja. Hizi kauli wametuambia tutaungana pamoja kufanya kile tulifanya 2002, basi iwe hivyo. Alafu lingine, nimeona mgawanyiko kakaangu Njiru, hizi nyepesi katika peruzi zangu, naona kuna a new presidential candidate bwana Orengo, na already ako na timu hapo mlima. Sio kama umepepesa jicho hali hiyo kaiona?
No, hiyo nitafuatilia, maybe I will respond to it tomorrow, but I believe Orengo hata akikuwa presidential candidate kama 202 kwa nafasi hii, bado wako upinzani, atarudi tu, atazunguka, lakini kwa kampo moja.
Basi kwa hilo unanipa matumaini ndugu yangu, maana nilikuwa naona kunaanza kuingia ufa tayari upande wa mlima, wakiwa wamepropose venye wamepropose, na uti wa mgongo katika hii safari kwa kweli ni mlima, na itakuwa jambo la mbolea wakisimama katika umoja kuhakikisha kwamba this time around hawajafanya makosa. Unaona, kwa sababu italeta ile umoja tena upya na hamu umoja, kwamba vita hivi sasa vilipigwanwa kila jamii iliparticipate kikamilifu. Kwa hivyo tutaona kwamba mwananchi hapa kwa kweli ametengeza lenye tija zaidi, maana sauti ya mwananchi itakuwa imeheshimika. Hofu yangu ni migawanyiko hapa katikati, kila mtu anawania haswa. Unaona, hiyo ndio wasiwasi wangu. Na mengi ambayo nimeperuzi, lakini nakuonea imani ndugu yangu Njiru kwamba umevumilia mno. Labda pengine tukwambie hapo, angalau tubangaize kesho tujipate hapa mapema na sisi. Asante.
Haya, sawa. Msimamo pole, umeingia umechelewa kidogo. Mimi sina la ziada la kuongeza, nitamaliza hii video alafu tufunge kituo, sababu lazima tujitayarishe juu ya kujiandaa kesho, and I want to open early tomorrow, so unless kama uko na la ziada, mimi nitamaliza hii video alafu nifunge kituo.
La ziada sina kwa kweli, na mengi ndugu yangu, lakini unajua msimamo kwa kuongea nikianza basi nitakwenda mbali zaidi, maana kuna vitu vingi ambavyo ni peperuzi kwa sababu ya ile mikutano ambayo imefanyika haswa all over the country. Nilikuwa nafuatilia kila mkutano, nimeweza kufuatilia. So nimegain notes ambazo niko nazo na maswali, lakini kwa kweli nitajitahidi leo, Mungu akijali, angalau nione kwamba tunaingia mapema ili haswa kutoa zile taka za masikio niko nazo, nikishirikiana na nyewe wenzangu ambao mko hapa, tuone kwamba fika tuna uganga ukiwa, maana angalau uganga ya mganga hii ndio umlaza na mgonjwa akiwa na matumaini. Kwa kuperuzi huku na huku, ni kujiweka sawa kwa wale ambao wanatufuatilia na wapenzi wetu. Ndugu yangu, kwa kweli cha ziada sina, ni kutakia kila laheri na kazi njema ndugu yangu, asante.
Okay, sawa, nashukuru. So nitacheza hii na nicheze ya Chris Kumekucha, alafu tuite siku. Thank you.
Ruto anaibia hata nyinyi pesa M-Pesa. Nimeona duka M-Pesa pale. Ukitumiwa pesa kutoka Mombasa na ndugu yako, zingine naibia kwa hewa. Hii ni wizi tupu hii. Kwa hivyo lazima makateli waende nyumbani. Waende wasiende. Asanteni sana.
Sasa tunaleta JB Muturi, lakini tutambue wabunge walioko. Tuko na Senator Wambua wa Kitui hapa. Makofi kwake. Tuko na Mheshimiwa Susan Kiamba ako nasi hapa all the way from Ukambani. Makofi kwake. Tuko na Mheshimiwa Mwafrika ametembea all the way from Nairobi. Makofi kwake jamani. Tuko na Mheshimiwa Kamene ametembea all the way from Ukambani. Makofi kwake. Tuko na Senator Oroba. Mumemwona ako hapa. Makofi kwake. Tuko na Mheshimiwa Kitute. Makofi kwake. Tuko na Mheshimiwa ambaye ametoka all the way from Mandera, anaitwa Mohamed Abdikarim wa DAP Kenya. Makofi kwake. Tuko na Mheshimiwa Sumea kutoka all the way from Isiolo. Makofi kwake. Tuko na Mheshimiwa Kaleku anayetaka kuwa seneta kule Narok, Masai kutoka kule. Makofi kwake jamani. Na kabla tukimaliza na ndugu yetu JB Muturi, kwa niaba wa wabunge hao wote, kijana barubaru kutoka Mumias, PK Salasia. Karibu ndugu JB, alafu PK ataongea kwa niaba na gavana Natembeya tufungie. Asante sana.
I just created simple product videos for all these different products using Veo, Nano Banana, and Airtable. No API keys to connect. All the models are built right into Airtable. You don't need to start with professional photos. I just took pictures of random stuff around my office on my phone, added those straight to Airtable. And that kicks off the AI.
Mnajua ile utafiti imefanyika duniani Ruto watu wa oye, basi hapa mnaona waya stima yote, pesa yetu ya World Bank 2 billion ilikuwa iliandikishwa na ile serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta, wakatuwekea hapa schemes hapa, pesa yote hakuna mai kuja hapa, ilipotea yote. Wakakuja na kusaka ingine ati waambie tunataka stima, ndio tunataka
Kabarazo oye! Mimi kwanza nawashukuru sana kwa sababu mmekaa hapa mnatungojea mpaka saa hii. Hii ni dalili kwamba watu wako na kiu ya mabadiliko, si ndio? Mimi watu yangu mimi nitasema mambo mingi. Tunapanga utawala wa 2027. Na ndani ya roho yenu nyinyi mnajua kwamba Ruto anaenda nyumbani, si ndio? Na yule anaenda kuwa rais wa Kenya hapo hapa, na pia kuna linda mwananchi, si ndio? Ambaye ataenda kuonana ana kwa ana na Ruto, si ndio? Na tumesema tutapiga kura Ruto renji kubwa, ile mipango ya kuiba kura hawatatoboa. Jambo langu la mwisho, nataka kuongea nyinyi wananchi wa Baluya. Najua lazima tujipange. Ama namna gani? Hata wakati naungana na wenzetu bandu befwe fwezi kubenda bulala bwefwe. Na mwesina kubene ndenju yefwe. Okaitisa munja bene tana bakutimanya notora. Maulire rigijino kaikisa munja UDA. Ba mutimanya banyola bamunyola deputy president. Malakati la huiru kalo malhesford na bade siaba syange kango ndisi. Maulire kwesina kuja 2027 ukayuhana nokumbolela. Siyama siefwe zikasicha mo coalition zifana zirena. Maulire kahuipanga kuomba kenji yefwe kumanya mo DM kuja mu UDA kuja waina kwalobe. Samaulire bantu befwe. Hendo malulu yazikila kuli matore. Maulire mimi tu nimeambia watu yangu wakae kwa amani. Ama namna gani? Na kwamba wakati wa kura tupige kura nzuri. Lakini tushike nini? Tushike nini? Ikwishe. Wageni wetu wameona tauni yetu vile inakaa. Hii ndio senda, ndio city yetu. Ama namna gani? Hii umaskini mnakubali kwani? Aibu ama sio aibu? Tunatoa ushuru, wengine wanakula pesa yetu wanatumia umaskini. Nyinyi mtakubali kweli? Kumutamba wale mnakusana anu. Tumesemaje? Tumesema tawe, si ndio? Nataka tupige tawe mbili peke yake, alafu bado na mkutano mmoja tutaki tufanye usiku. Na watu ya Kabarasi mnapiganga tawe. Mlipiga tawe tukanyang'anya kiti ya Malava, bado tunalia, lakini next year tunarudisha. Ama namna gani? Hata ndakwa mwenyewe amekubali kwamba next year hata simama. Haya, wacha tufunge, funga. Funga hivi, nikisema mnasema tawe, si ndio? Funga mpaka Ruto asikie. Mimi nikikupa lazima asikilize. Haya, funga. Ufunga. Umaskini, njaa, ukabila, mapendeleo, UDA, Wetangula, Mudavadi, Kasongo, Planifa, nyinyi mko sawa? Asante.
What if I told you that the government is very happy with the way our attention has been diverted, with the things we are focusing on, because the real deal is somewhere else? What if I told you that? All the attention is focused on 2027, and the lineups will be the opposition candidate, the single opposition candidate to face Ruto in 2027. We're all very focused on those things. But here is the real bombshell. Hey, this is crazy. All the evidence on the ground at the moment, people have been talking about the elections being postponed as a strategy. All the evidence I've looked at very carefully suggests that there'll be no election in 2027. I know you're tired of hearing that. So, let me quickly add the knockout blow. I've already said all the evidence suggests there'll be no election in 2027. But the knockout blow is as follows. Everybody believes that the government needs to do something so that there's no election in 2027, right? However, the truth is, legally, the government, all it has to do is nothing. All it has to do is ignore one or two technical things, and there'll be no election in 2027. And there's more. The deadline for those technical legal things that if they ignored, there can be no election. That deadline is already upon us. In fact, let me be very straight with you. The time remaining before that deadline is not enough to finish this task. And so let me spell it out. Breaking news. There is no election in 2027. Breaking news. What I mean is that you can use the old constitution to hold elections in 2027, next year. You can use the Tanzanian constitution or the Ugandan one. But our current Kenyan constitution, you cannot hold an election, period. And I believe this is very deliberate. And I know what I'm saying. And the research I've done has been thorough. And this explains perfectly why some documents circulating, very sensitive documents, circulating in the higher echelons of government, if you get a glimpse of them, they clearly suggest, without saying it, that there's no election in 2027. This regime will continue. And I'm going to give you that irrefutable evidence together with what our constitution says. But first, let's deal with this 7-year term manenos, which is trending at the moment. It is claimed that President Ruto has said, give me 7 more years. And these Kibra slums, you know Kibra slums, you will say, there will be no slum in Kibra, not a single one. Give me 7 years. Now, if you count the time left in Ruto's term, and you add another 5 years in a new term, it does not come to 7 years, okay? It is 6 years and a bit. But guess what? Even if President Ruto did not utter those words, assuming that what is trending is fake news, okay, even assuming that, there is too much evidence to suggest that 7-year term for the president is more than real. I'm very much aware of the fact that President Ruto has come out himself and denied it and said there's nothing like a 7-year term. But then I also remember very clearly the same man, when he was campaigning, said several times, I would never harass my own deputy president. I would never embarrass my own deputy president. I'm sure most of you remember that. And so, like most Kenyans currently, I would not take him by his word. Okay? I will always trust the evidence more. You know, it is not too difficult to understand why the current regime, having a very good time in power, getting rich like there's no tomorrow, it is very easy to understand where they're looking across the borders at the country called Rwanda, and they're really salivating at President Kagame's 7-year terms, which are endless, it seems. The Rwandese president has a 7-year honeymoon before he comes into this very disturbing nuisance thing called an election.
I'm launching my website, but I need the right name. You can purchase what's available on Wix Domains. Wix Domains shows you URLs still available, like a mag.net. Single studs, that sounds scalable. I'm your domain. I'll find my domain. How about the childspose.com? Prenatal yoga moms. Or papapimple.net. For facial blemishes you regret. Thanks to Wix, that domain's yours with just one click and you're set. There's makeaprof.it, making entrepreneurs rich. Lord of the Onion Rings.com. Evil burgers, that's legit. Find your domain. I'll find my domain. You won't believe the awesome domain name. Wow. On Wix, claim your domain now.
You travel a lot for work, but that doesn't mean you should be a part-time travel agent. There must be a better... No. I'm not going to say it. Let me just show you. This is Nirvana.
Nyinyi mnasumbua mapresident sana na hiki tunaitwa elections. Kwa nini mnasumbua hivyo? Kila miaka 5 ati election kitu gani? 7-year term pop. I'm sure we all remember Senator Cherargei's private bill to extend the presidential term to 7 years. Of course, he conveniently did not mention that for such a change to take place according to our constitution, you need something called a referendum. Every Kenyan must vote yes, or at least majority of Kenyans must vote yes before something like that becomes a legal reality. But I need to ask you something. Who told you in Kenya the constitution is followed? Who told you it is followed selectively, where it is convenient to the executive? Where it is inconvenient, it is ignored. And there are no consequences. Because when the thing reaches the courts say, it's okay. And I can give you the latest example of that. The Gachagua impeachment case. At the time he was impeached, there was no IEBC. And guess what the court said just the other day? So what? They didn't use those words. But they ignored that. So, you remember your constitution to leave a body, bro. I'm sorry, it's the truth. Hey, Chris, where's the evidence? Okay. In my opinion, one of the pieces of evidence that are very convincing is right before our eyes. But because Kenyans hate the project so much, every time this affordable housing comes up, Kenyans shut down. Kabisa. But I beg you, please put on your thinking cap. Now emotions watana nae. Okay? If you look at the affordable housing saga, one thing is very clear. It is massive. It is so massive that it is not the kind of thing that a president who's going to serve a 10-year term, 2 terms, yeah? It is not the kind of thing that somebody who's going to be around only for 10 years can come up with. That should be very clear. And I challenge you to check it out and get back to me and tell me I'm wrong. The size and the way it has been set up, this thing is 20 years minimum of Ruto being president. And I can hear somebody saying, don't you remember when Ruto came in? He cancelled a lot of Uhuru things. Linda Mama out. A lot of things were thrown out. Even the NHIF was changed to SHA. And so what is this regime thinking? Coming up with a 20-year plan. My response, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Let's move on quickly. I don't want to keep in suspense. I'm sure you want to know why there'll be no election in 2027. So last point before we move to that. The president's daughter, Charlene Ruto, while speaking to Kenyans, let it slip that her father will be in power for 7 years. Remember that one? Now she's a very intelligent young girl. That's for sure. And it was definitely not a slip of the tongue, because she would have immediately corrected herself. My theory is this is something that has been discussed in the inner circles, maybe around the dinner table. It is 7 years, not 5. When you discuss something so much that it sticks in the mind, when you go out there, it'll just come out. 7 years, yeah? What's a big deal? And now here is the real bombshell. Okay? Assuming that maybe this was just an idea, it was being floated around. Somebody was not sure that they're going to implement it. Assuming that was the case, developments in Kenya right now mean that this president cannot go into an election. I think that is very clear. These days, I never wear anything yellow. I don't. Okay? Because I believe doing that is a very big risk in Kenya now. Okay? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And I'm sure it is the same for many, many Kenyans. Now, if somebody cannot even campaign in their colors out there in Mashinani, how do you go into a presidential election? And I don't even want to go into the emotions flying around amongst Kenyans right now. I don't want to go there. In all my years of analyzing politics, and in all the years of my late political lecturer, according to what he told me and according to what he taught, what is happening right now in Kenya has never happened before. That it becomes a massive security operation for the president just to go out there and talk to the people. Massive security operation. Busloads of people are required, transported obviously from somewhere else and paid. Now tell me, how do you do that through an entire presidential campaign? Impossible. Okay? And so what I'm saying, President Ruto has only one play left, and this should be very clear to all Kenyans. He has only one card left in his hand, and that is to postpone the 2027 elections. There is no other option. Hakuna. That should be the most compelling reason why definitely there's going to be no election in 2027. And you can be sure, after there is no election, the next thing on the table to be discussed will be an extension of the presidential term from the current 5 to 7 years. That one is guaranteed. You can take that to the bank. Super fascinating. I have a question to ask. Why are UDA politicians so quiet? Have you seen any UDA politicians campaigning? And some of them we know are seeking re-election. Why? Why are they not campaigning? Even President Ruto stopped his campaigns. Yeah, on top of a vehicle across the country. He has stopped. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. Your guess, my friend, is as good as mine. Right. Now into the meat I promised. Our IEBC, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, has that name for a reason, especially the boundaries part. And according to Article 89(2) of our Constitution, boundaries must be reviewed every 8 to 12 years. Okay, are we together up to there? Very good. Now, the maximum deadline for that expired in March 2024. Okay, it is already expired. So in legal terms, what does it mean when the boundaries are not reviewed? What does it mean to an election? It means that if you hold an election, it is not constitutional. Okay? In other words, you cannot hold an election until you finish this task. Okay? Are we together up to there? Okay, I can hear somebody saying, Chris Wachaporojo, this thing can be done quickly, before the next general elections, and the elections will be there. What are you talking about, Chris? Okay, let's go back to the Constitution. According to Article 89, this time 4, not 2, the boundaries must be finalized. This is very important. The boundaries must be finalized 12 months before an election. Now, why is that important? Okay, in the month of June, yeah, in just a handful of weeks, will be in August. As soon as we enter the month of August and we reach the 9th, it will be too late. And therefore, it will be impossible to hold an election in August 2027, as scheduled. Let me leave you with that to chew for a while. Yeah, but now let me move to another scenario, which I think is highly likely. Okay? Now, the government could keep quiet about this. We're going to an election on schedule, etc., and the elections are over, and the winner is announced, and then somebody comes up and says, no, this election is not constitutional. This election, electing President Sifuna or President Gachagua or President Matiang'i is not constitutional. And when they take it to court, the court will have no option but to agree. It is written in clear language in our Constitution. What am I saying? I'm saying this could be somebody's insurance policy.
When every penny counts, shouldn't your money work just as hard as you do? With a premium checking account from AllSouth, you could earn up to 4.59% APY. 30 times more than the national average interest checking rate. That's more money in your bank account each month. Start getting rewarded for your everyday banking. Easily open an account online or visit an AllSouth location today to start earning more. AllSouth Federal Credit Union, making the everyday possible.
In case the well-laid plans with Janja Hapana Pale don't work, they have something to fall back on. That is foolproof. Now, please don't be naive, okay? If it happens the other way around, and the current office holder wins, the opposition has no teeth to oppose it. Even if they take it to court, we've seen what has happened in the past. A way will definitely be found, just like it was found in the Gachagua case, to respond, so what? Of course, not using those arrogant words. But the spirit will be the same. This rule was broken, that rule was broken, but it is okay. This thing stands. You get what I mean? Ay, 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 ay. Folks, tuko na shida. Na hiyo shida ni kubwa sana. Now, very quickly, my latest weekly intelligence briefings, number 130, is out. And all subscribers have received it by now. Moto kuliko pasi 10 ya makaa. You know, pasi ya makaa has no regulator. It's very hot. That's my point. But I just want to remind that it is not too late. There is a golden opportunity you can use. Details in the description area below and also repeated in my pinned comment. You can take full advantage of my latest sponsored offer, where for only Kenya shillings 8.99, yes, you heard me right, you can get a permanent golden key, which means you can get my WABs, my highly sensitive special reports, without paying a single cent. Please take full advantage because the clock is ticking. This offer will be over very soon. Please rush. Because when I produce my next video, the offer will have automatically expired. Please, please, don't procrastinate. Do it now. I hope you have seen from my show today that this thing is not a joke in Kenya now. Yeah, our politics. We have to be very alert. And we have to be very, very informed. And we have even to have the highly sensitive information, which is not in the public domain. And this is a golden opportunity. Please don't throw it away. Okay? Trust me, I have gone to great lengths to organize this deal. Even those of you who have 1 year, 3 months, etc., please rush and get this permanent thing. Umalizane na hii kitu once and for all. Okay? Right. Until next time, this is Chris Karaoke Kumekucha.